This is getting idiotic, and we need some stability at this time.
The largest issue I have with this, other than the sheer incompetence and utter failings that Congress is now having on behalf of the American people, is the fact that now we just are trying to scramble to get the best of what's around. That because it took forever, because there was an explosion essentially and civic discord there on the Hill, because everyone has been wasting time and wasting our money this entire time. Now, just give us someone, please, just fill the position. So we are now settling for something that should have actually taken robust thought and the weigh-in of constituents. It should actually be held by the best person for the job. And instead, we are being woefully, inadequately disserved yet again because they couldn't get their act together. We don't have time for this.
Can I add one quick thing? What makes zero sense. Don Bacon voting for McCarthy yesterday and today. Jordan was Kevin McCarthy's right hand. He was his lieutenant. If you like McCarthy, you like Jordan. That's the upside down, backwards ass world that these Republicans are living in.
That scathing commentary that you just listened to about Republicans came from Fox News, of all places. And as you can tell, they are very much fed up with the whole speaker debacle. Now, at the time that they were having that conversation, it became clear to them that Jim Jordan was not going to have enough votes to become speaker again. And Fox hosts have made it abundantly clear that they are sick and tired of the bullshit and they want it to stop, but since it's not stopping, their frustration is spilling over into their commentary. Now, in case you missed it yesterday, Fox host Brian Kilmeade's reaction to Don Bacon voting against Jordan was caught on hot mic, and here's what he said.
Bacon. McCarthy.
Dumbass.
Yeah, so this is the second day in a row that Don Bacon has been name-dropped by Fox News hosts. Now, in an episode of his radio show, Kilmeade addressed this hot mic moment, and he expressed even more frustration at the situation when he referenced his comment there.
Dumbass.
So I was on set of Outnumbered. We were taking the vote live, and this guy votes, Congressman Bacon doesn't vote for Jim Jordan, and it just after the 2 weeks to think about where Republicans were at, we watched him lose 20, but that was the first. I did not know my mic was open, but next thing you know, by the time I walk upstairs at Outnumbered, my 7th hour of broadcasting, my last words were dumbass. Those were the words that were being carried everywhere. I was like, wow, your mic was open. Your mic was open. My mic was open for 6 hours and 58 minutes. Nobody cared what I said. But I say one word on an off-mic moment, and everyone's like, wow, can't believe you said that. You know, no one's really upset that I said it. No one said I'm wrong that I said it. I am stunned. I've never seen somebody commit political suicide, a group of people commit political suicide like this. And then after 2 weeks of therapy, people going home on their own and coming back, they're still doing the same thing.
Yeah, so needless to say, the claws are out for Don Bacon, but we'll talk about why he's still not supporting Jim Jordan in a moment. But first, I want to talk about the actual vote, because Jim Jordan ended up faring worse this time than he did in the first round, with Washington Post reporter Mariana Sotomayor explaining he was only able to flip 2 Republicans to his corner over the last 24 hours, but he lost 4 more during that time frame as well, with 22 colleagues voting against him. In other words, it is not looking good for Jim Jordan currently. So I'll tell you what the plan is going forward, but first I do want to issue some clarifications about my video from yesterday. So we watched this video of Republican Ken Buck explaining why he voted for Tom Emmer instead of Jim Jordan.
I guess my first question is, do you really want Tom Emmer to be Speaker?
No, I don't. I don't like Tom Emmer. I figured this would be the worst job in America. Mike Rowe would not want to do this for his TV show.
So if you watched my video from yesterday, you'll know that I enjoyed that clip specifically because of how petty Ken Buck was being. However, after I filmed that segment, he took to Twitter to clarify that he was only joking and Tom Emmer is actually his friend. Now, for some reason, I didn't pick up on his sarcasm, even if it seems obvious in retrospect that he was just playfully hazing his friend. But I didn't detect it. And additionally, we talked about Mike Rogers, aka Toupee Guy, who said there was nothing that Jordan could do to get his support as Speaker of the House, and I used that quote to demonstrate how vociferous opposition to Jim Jordan was. But it turns out Mike Rogers ended up voting for Jim Jordan after all, something that I completely missed and didn't think to look at. So major thanks to YouTube commenter J-Boy who pointed this out and provided viewers with some much needed clarification. Sometimes it's difficult to get the most up-to-date information when the situation is so volatile and these videos go up hours after something takes place. But I always try my very best to be as accurate as possible, and whenever I fail in that regard, I do my best to correct the record, so I do apologize for inadvertently misleading viewers in that regard. But with that out of the way, the question is, what's the plan for Republicans going forward? Well, it is difficult to say, but one of the options, as discussed yesterday, which has not changed to my knowledge at the time that I record this, is to enhance the power of McHenry temporarily. And it seems like that idea is still being circulated. However, Jim Jordan himself came out strongly against it.
What do you make of
Conference
these
supporting
calls
us.
to introduce a resolution to empower McHenry to be the Speaker pro tem on a permanent basis? Would you support that?
I don't think that's the right way to go. I think we should get a Republican speaker. I got 90% of the Republicans in the
Would that
conference who
help
supported me.
Would that help buy you more time?
No, I mean, I think we should get a Republican speaker. I've been very clear about that. I think that's where the conference is. That's what our rules suggest. So let's get a Republican speaker and get about the people's business.
What if it was
His opposition to this plan is not surprising at all to me because he benefits from the pressure that Republicans are feeling to settle for him right now. So it wouldn't buy him more time, it'd buy his opponents more time to come up with someone else who they'd rather support. But if Republicans were to opt for this option, one conservative commentator on CNN explained in a very colorful way how this entire debacle would have been for nothing. This was said in between the first and second vote, but nonetheless, here's what he said.
But the obvious road that all of us are seeing, which is at this point, Jim Jordan doesn't look like he's going to be Speaker, and that perhaps the guy who actually has the gavel temporarily, Patrick McHenry, should have it. Can you talk about that and why that isn't happening like this, if that seems to be where this is headed?
Well, it's not in their nature, and I say there, it's not in the nature of the conservative wing of the conference to give up. You know, their whole brand is, let's fight about everything. And even when we've gotten fewer votes, let's keep fighting and keep trying to deny the reality. And what you wind up with is just another episode of monkeys getting amorous with football starring the House Republicans. And until you get tired of that show, you know, which is, I think, coming soon based on what I'm hearing, you're going to have to continue to go through this chaos. This Patrick McHenry business is fascinating. He is one of McCarthy's top guys, helped him get the speakership. And if this whole thing winds up with him as being named assistant to the regional manager, or whatever title they're going to give him here, which is not in the Constitution, this will be like the biggest circle jerk in the history of circles, or jerks. I mean, to have McCarthy's guy back in as a temporary speaker, and if you're a conservative, and you have followed Jim Jordan, you followed these guys, and you want them to be right, remember, you're the mark here. There was no plan. They had no plan. They threw McCarthy overboard without any plan whatsoever of what to do next.
He's right. They ousted McCarthy before even trying to build a consensus for any alternative. And they crossed their fingers hoping that their number one choice, Jim Jordan, would become Speaker. Yesterday, Matt Gaetz arrogantly tweeted a picture of him and Jordan saying Speaker Jordan Day, but after 2 failed votes, it looks more likely that that's not going to happen. But he's continuing to dig his heels in, retweeting Dan Bishop, who argues the proposal to empower the Speaker pro tem is not significantly different than electing Speaker Hakeem Jeffries. It is coalition government between the Democrats and the Republican big spenders. And it makes sense that they think this because, again, McHenry is McCarthy's guy, and their opposition to McCarthy has not gone away. So when you consider their position and the position of the Republicans on the other side who vehemently oppose Jim Jordan, it looks like an impossible situation for Republicans to overcome with no end in sight. There just doesn't seem to be a Republican who can act as the consensus candidate. So in the end, one side's going to win and the other side is going to lose. And at the end of the day, some Republicans are going to be disillusioned with the end result whenever we see that. So it's a very bad situation currently. But yesterday, we did talk about Jim Jordan's pressure tactics and how they rubbed some Republicans the wrong way. But I do want to dive a little bit deeper into that because Don Bacon told Politico reporter Olivia Beavers that it was so bad that his wife received threatening texts from Jordan's team, with one anonymous sender writing, "Why is your husband causing chaos by not supporting Jim Jordan? I thought he was a team player." Now she responded by asking, "Who is this? Oh, now you have nothing to say?" They responded again, saying, "Your husband will not hold any political office ever again. What a disappointment and failure he is." She responded to that, saying, "He has more courage than you. You won't put your name to your statements." Now, in another anonymous text message she received, the sender says, "Talk to your husband. Tell him to step up and be a leader and help the Republican Party get a speaker. There's too much going on in the world for all this going on in the Republican Party. You guys take 5 steps forward and then turn around and take 20 steps backwards. No wonder our party always ends up getting screwed over." Yeah. So when the spouses of GOP lawmakers are receiving creepy anonymous text messages threatening the careers of their spouse, and on top of that you have Sean Hannity personally emailing GOP holdouts to strong-arm them into supporting Jordan, it's really easy to see why this pressure campaign backfired. Jim Jordan pissed off a lot of Republicans, rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, and I don't think that he's going to gain support after pissing off so many people. But on the opposite side, the people who are enthusiastically supporting Jim Jordan are doing so because he is the most extreme House Speaker ever, and if they don't take up this opportunity to elect a far-right insurrectionist fascist, then they might not ever get it again. And Jim Jordan is willing to do things that are incredibly unpopular that other Republican speakers would not do. In fact, I'll let Republican Tom Cole tell you why he's enthusiastically supporting Jim Jordan.
But unlike any other speaker we've had, he's had the courage to talk about a long-term plan and to get at the real drivers of debt. And we all know what they are. We all know it's Social Security. We all know it's Medicare. We all know it's Medicaid. No president of either side has been willing to deal with this. No speaker of either side has been willing to deal with this. My friend, our former colleague, John Delaney, and I offered a plan. I still file it every year. John's not here anymore. To go back and do in 1983 what we did then and address Social Security. We never can get any help. This is the guy that wants to create a debt commission, a bipartisan debt commission, and get at the roots of our spending problem. That takes courage.
It is very bold of him to just admit on national television in front of everyone that he is supporting Jim Jordan specifically because Jim Jordan, unlike other Republicans, is willing to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, a service that I'm assuming many of the GOP's constituents rely on since they're older, so they're going to rely on that. So you're saying you want to fuck over your own base, which is why you're supporting Jim Jordan. It's wild that they admit things like this. So obviously the party is still in shambles and chaos continues to unfold. But while all of this happens, while the shit show continues to get worse, in the background you have the Kevin McCarthy still unbelievably trying to scapegoat Democrats for all of this chaos.
And so what I see, though, is there's no chance in the world that Democrats can ever say again that they put people before politics. They made a political decision to try to bring chaos, to shut down a branch of government, and that's wrong. Yes.
Do you think there's
Unreal. Now, that is not the first time that he has blamed Democrats for this, and it probably won't be the last, but it makes him look so unserious when everyone can see with their own 2 eyes what's going on. The chaos is still being driven by Republicans. They still don't have a speaker. So to say that Democrats are responsible is so cartoonishly comical at this point that it's shocking to me that he still continues to say this with a straight face. So I hope that he keeps making that point because I think that
I'll take it.
He is going to look like such a clown. Like, it's not going to come off as genuine to the American people. And I hope that he doesn't realize that he's hurting himself by saying this because he should continue to say this. So at this point, though, everything is up in the air. We really don't know what's going to happen going forward, and I'm not sure if a third vote is even coming soon, but Politico is reporting that detractors of Jim Jordan are actually expecting him to fare even worse if there's a third vote, with an anonymous House member expecting him to lose 10 to 15 more votes in a third round, which could be the last nail in his coffin. So if there is going to be a third vote, it'd be wise for him to not rush it, but either way, there's still no end in sight. All of this chaos is going to continue, the shit show will go on, and I'm glad because this story is continuing to entertain me, and I think that during these really dark times that we're in, entertainment is something that is important. So long as Republicans continue to act like buffoons, I will continue to talk about them because I think that we need some comic relief.
I'm gonna hire
in
some
this time.
fighters
So
for the frigate.
thanks, Republicans. I'll continue to broadcast your stupidity for everyone to see.
Welcome to the Cum Zone.
Look at this innocuous box. Now, this box may seem to be an opaque and solid rectangular prism. However, the purpose of a box is actually to conceal objects. If you lift the lid at the top of the box, what might you find? Fissilable uranium? A firearm? Cocaine? Who knows?
Caliber weapon could be hidden inside a jewelry box. Look at the various colognes and perfumes and photos and pictures. You should always, when your child brings in his popular knapsack with many different locations,
Knapsack?
look through it to see what exactly is your child carrying in addition to a book.
Leprechauns? Does he have pulls out a leprechaun? Been looking for one of these. Get out of here, you scamp. Two leprechauns.
Something simple as a crack pipe, a used crack pipe. Could he have found it?
Fucking high school back. Yeah, dude.
On the street? That's quite possible. But this is a discussion piece where you should start speaking with him to find out what is he doing with it and the whole use of drugs. This invokes conversation.
Sorry, guys, I don't have the crack pipe. I just have this. It's not even sized properly right now. Wait a second.
A-class,
Look at picture frames,
nice.
the behind them, cameras.
Mobile
Try to determine
supply
which
platform minus
Cameras?
XPU, minus 2 combat,
Did
minus
he just say
3% expedition
what?
duration.
Th-
I'll
does-
take you.
Does
Fuck
he
yeah.
think your child might be operating
Come
some
along.
like snuff pornography?
We need more men like you.
Ring out of their bed.
Got more
the
frigates
fuck
over
are-
here.
What?
For real?
Cameras? Who would put hidden cameras in their own room?
Did I already go to these
Dennis
guys?
from It's Always Sunny, I guess.
taking place. Behind a picture frame, you can find bullets.
Straight bullets? Just random, just chilling.
Oh, I already visited you guys.
That's where I keep mine. I keep all of my bullets, you know, like right here.
Visited that guy. Let me see this guy.
Dora Hadero, fucking, you know, Leo Botia, ram up his ass. You know, I would like.
So
This
you.
is literally how Resident Evil houses are decorated. Oh yeah, you think this guy's just played a fuck ton of Resident Evil? So he's like, you might find ammo hidden in small containers around the room. Now, the door that leads to your child's room might be locked with a complicated locking mechanism that requires you to assemble stone pieces which when combined form the appearance of a Hydra. Now, you might have to look around a bit for these key pieces and rotate them for them to fit together. If you see green herbs, keep an eye out for red herbs.
What does that mean to find bullets? Does it mean your child is carrying a gun? No. Where there's smoke, there's possible fire.
What?
Where there's a bullet, there's possibly a gun. You should engage in the conversation and find out what are they doing with the item, and this empowers the parent.
Where they keep the bullets in the gun? These breakable crates with yellow paint all over them. They look innocent enough, but if you strike them with a kick or with the back of your hand, you might find within them weapons, ammunition, perhaps even a Molotov cocktail.
Look at all the items inside the room and feel around and see what's the possibility. Something simple as a baby doll. Could be just a baby doll, but also it could be a place where you can secrete or hide drugs. Right?
New Yorkers let this guy become their mayor. I can't, you guys are so beneath me. You are so beneath me. I grew up in Los Angeles thinking, man, I wish I lived in a city with bodegas, but holy shit. New Yorkers were too busy asking for bacon, egg, and cheese, the Aki way, sorry. Yeah. that's
Run your hands over the pillows and see if you feel anything that's unusual. Like a pillow like this where the button is a perfect invitation to hide something. I felt something bumpy. I would reach in
Gun,
and see
please,
what
gun.
it is. This is
Yes!
hidden inside.
Yes! Yes! A fucking pistol! Yes! Yes! Hell yes!
A gun. Maybe something that you'll think that can't be hidden there, but it can. And what happens not only when the person who is carrying this illegal gun is in possession of it, but also a child that comes into the room and plays on the bed, they find this gun. Let me tell you what a child would do. A child would take this gun, and because the trigger pull is so hard, they normally take the gun and they point it in their direction.
Oh my god, it's just the Tim and Eric skit. Holy shit. It's just fucking Tim and Eric skit. Oh my god. Small children are biologically designed to put the barrel of the gun in their mouth and pull a trigger. Holy
True.
shit.
True.
I can't believe this
You
is
laugh, but
Pull down on it.
true.
So many gun accidents take place merely because the child discovers a gun in the room and believes it's a toy and they play with the gun. Just look and see what's inside your bookcases. It could be more than just books. Perfect place to hide.
It could be dicks.
Cocaine or other
It could be
illegal
hentai, lolly porn. Your child could be a pedophile. Your
have
child
an
might like other
obligation
children.
to protect your home. The First Amendment does not apply to the right of parents.
Milestone data, I don't have
This is
shit, but
unironically the funniest video
thanks,
I've
I'll
ever
take
seen.
whatever.
To remove contraband.
Yeah,
This
fucking
is the
100
worst
nanites. I
escape
get more
room
for the
I've ever
fucking
seen.
stew.
Holy shit,
What up,
yes.
bitch?
Escape room idea, okay? You're trapped in like a late 90s recreation of a teenager's room with Mayor Eric Adams, and you have to follow his instructions. You have to work with him to get out of the room. Holy shit. The New Yorkers are mad. Some of the New Yorkers are like, we're better than Los Angeles. And I don't know. LA didn't fucking vote for Mayor Eric Adams. But, so I'm saying, you know, I don't even know who the mayor of LA is right now. Oh my god.
I'm gonna save up some more food, let it grow
New York
before I start
Democrats during
my
the,
maximum
primary
processing power.
I'll do the talking. Hey, I'm super fly.
Bacon, egg, and cheese. Bacon, egg, and cheese. Let me get a bacon, egg, and cheese.
It was just that bit. Extended over the entire day. They were too busy. New York Dems were too busy bragging about their public transportation before plugging their nose, putting on a hazmat suit, and wading down into their fucking subway systems.
Bacon, egg, and cheese the Aki way. Hey, yo, Ak. Get a bacon, egg, and cheese.
I'm so happy right now. Let's tone that down. Wow, is that true? 500 dead after IDF bomb. I didn't know that. I had suspected the possibility that might be the case after the past 400 people linking the exact same fucking segment. Thank you for letting me know. Stop linking. God. That person's been spamming that link on. Is it this person? Is it? Wait, I haven't checked if it's this. You have linked the same thing 5 times in a row. You're taking a month break. You were here when I said earlier. Not a month, 7 days. I am merciful. Peace be with you. Russia's lower house of parliament, the State Duma, approved revoking the ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty in the first 3 readings on Tuesday. The vote was passed by 412 to 0 with no abstentions. Cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, this is the treaty that just bans nukes. I guess the United States isn't really one to talk on this because we never ratified the fucking treaty. See? Light yellow, signed but not ratified. This is
I'm gonna explore the other planets.
Yeah. This is
start
why
putting up
nuclear testing
bases.
stopped. Because it's
Do
bad.
some mining.
You know, honestly, given the sorry state of the Russian military, it might be funny to see them do domestic nuclear testing and for all of their nukes to like fail or not go off or something, and they have to keep being like, you know. I don't think that'll actually happen, but it would be fun. You're in the latest NF KRZ video. Is that true? Am I in here in a good capacity? Oh,
Glizz Gobbler, Mercedes Glizz.
You're in a bad capacity.
I feel like this image is sprinkled with just a little bit of Islamophobia on top. This is also sort of fear-mongering in a sense. What is a global day of jihad? What are you talking about? And look, once again, I'm not defending terrorist groups. They're bad. They're really bad, okay? However, when you're saying this, it kind of makes it feel like every Muslim is sort of in on this, and every Muslim is like out there trying to get Jewish people now. And yes, there are governments in the world and groups in the world that act actively anti-Semitic. However, a global day of jihad, that is just not happening.
This has been widely made fun
That's
of,
me.
which is good. Like, obviously, we're posing for a Vogue shot while promoting insane fear-mongering over shit like Global Day of Jihad, or the idea that anyone would just randomly target.
All right, what to do? Starship. We got that fucking sodium to sell.
Religion, ethnicity.
Guess we could go do
culture,
that.
Like how you know,
Or yeah, let's go to other
vibes.
planets.
And
Look
also
for
the fact that
a
it's a
frozen
Vogue shot
planet.
and this woman is clearly a
Get some
Muslim.
I
dioxide.
do think that there's like
Nice. I love you too. Oh no, he's about. Actually, I'm an NFKRZ. Thank you. We have 15 minutes. Is that enough time? Oh, dude, real? The sissification of white men from foreign land to foreign land. When are you gonna admit he's been pretty openly proof voting for Rhino? Dude, is this a real fucking thumb? One second. Foreign man, foreign land.
Copper,
Yep.
pyrite,
Dude, what the fuck?
sodium,
The NIG cell epidemic.
copper, ammonia, salt, copper, phosphorus, cobalt, dioxide. We need that.
Remember, everyone who dislikes me is a reactionary. Every single time. Literally every time. with no
Copper
exception.
dioxide, sodium.
I heard the new video is just straight up queerphobia. I
Let's
mean,
go to Vialusa. Where's
again,
that?
like a lot of the times, whenever I get into disagreements, because his thing was also like aligning with like the, it wasn't black separatist, but it was like that again, like that weird like white Haiti shit, if I remember correctly. I remember his video being totally incomprehensible, like so often it's just reactionaries who just aren't white. you know? Weird. Watch it? No. It's 55 minutes long, and that guy's video was like unwatchable. It was like an incoherent, like almost AI mishmash of memes that barely made any sense. There was like no coherent through line with the video, but imagine the content. If we go over that, it's gotta be like 5 hours long. We don't have time today. Maybe later, okay? Maybe later. We have other things to talk
Fuck,
about.
I forgot the visitor.
For instance, Israel has reaffirmed its commitment to strategic targeting of Hamas military bases and military bases alone by killing 500 people after airstriking a hospital in Gaza. So that's not good. Yeah, they killed a lot of people with this one. 500 dead in a single strike is insane. Directly on the hospital. And again, please keep in mind, there are no accidental strikes from Israel. They're using modern targeted munitions. You don't accidentally hit anything. Gaza is only a couple miles wide. They're not striking targets from 100 miles away. They know exactly where they're hitting. Hamas may be responsible. So that's what the IDF said. Now, my understanding is that this was a strike done by the IDF. We know for a fact that the IDF loves dead Palestinians. They can't come unless they're thinking of dead Palestinians. When I woke up this morning, I heard about the attack in the hospital. 500 dead, thousands injured. Horrific. And then I took a shower. And then when I got out of the shower, I looked at Twitter again to see people were saying it might have been a Hamas rocket that had misfired and struck ammunition under the hospital. Now, wouldn't that be really convenient for the IDF? If it wasn't them, but if this horrific crime against humanity was actually those dumb Hamas jihadists not only striking it with a rocket of their own, but having massive ammunition stores that blew up the hospital. Because in that case, not only would it be Hamas incompetence, it would also be that Hamas had a bunch of ammunition stored under a hospital, a reaffirmation of their horrific willingness to use human shields, which admittedly they do. So that would be a nice 2-in-1 for the IDF, wouldn't it? Hamas, incompetent, and monstrous. However, I really don't think that's the case. One of the reasons I don't think that's the case is because, as Al Jazeera reports, after the attack, the IDF said they had warned people to evacuate that hospital as well as other hospitals. Leaving aside the fact that they could be lying, the fact that evacuating a hospital is almost impossible because what kind of people are in hospitals? The elderly and the sick and the injured, obviously. If you move them, they often die. So it wouldn't make very much sense for the IDF to race out to say, hey, we warned them after Hamas blew them up, right? Like, that doesn't make much sense, does it? Again, this is one of those like ongoing investigation things, but in all of the evidence that I've seen, it seems really obvious that the IDF did it, and that they know it looks horrible, and that they are like pivoting to try to like shift the blame, you know? People have geolocated the fallen missile. It looks pretty conclusive. I can't really analyze this data, I'm afraid. I don't really have the ability to. I'm not enough of an expert on this subject for my word on this to be worthwhile. This is the missile.
عن إصابات في صفوف الإسرائيليين، ونحن نشير إلى أن هذه المدينة هي الأكثر تعرضا للصواريخ منذ بداية هذه الحرب. عمدة المدينة كانت تحدث قبل أيام عن أكثر من 1000 صاروخ طال هذه المدينة وأكثر من 170 صاروخا سقط
got him.
بالفعل في داخلها وأحدث
Yeah, I can't make anything of this. I'm very sorry. I don't have the ability to like make anything of this. Ahead of her Israel trip, Governor Hochul acknowledged the strike reportedly killing 500 people at Gaza hospital. Quote, Israel has a right to defend itself against Hamas. Okay, literally, from what I'm seeing, it seems like every news org is saying Israel did it, and Israel itself, along with a bunch of pro-Israeli people, are defending them doing it, and there's just a very small number of dedicated internet trolls who are going, oh, what if actually it was Hamas? I don't know for sure, and there is a fog of war present over there, and, like, we might not, like, super duper ultra know in the sense, like, the IDF might deny it, but it seems like overwhelmingly the indication is that it was in fact done by the IDF. 500 people dead in an instant. An IDF spokesperson said Al Jazeera lied and Al Jazeera deleted the original tweet for what it's worth. Yeah, but now there are new tweets. Okay, so they're saying that Al Jazeera lied in this particular person's statement pertaining to the evacuation of the Al Ali Arab Baptist Hospital in Gaza. So they're contesting that statement, but not the strike broadly. This video shows it couldn't have been Hamas. I don't know. We're not going to compare like missile sounds. IDF is saying they don't know if they did it. Of course the IDF did it. Dude, I'm telling you, okay? The IDF is hopped up and bloodthirsty and desperate to kill people, and then they fucking blow up a hospital. And then now they're like clamoring and they're like, holy shit, that actually looks kind of bad, huh? So now they're doing the Russia thing of like
My bad.
strategic
Wrong vehicle.
disinformation where a bunch of like different sources are saying different things. There was an IDF spokesperson who tweeted they did it, but later deleted a tweet. Ew. Worth noting, there hasn't been any third-party confirmation of this, just the word of Hamas and the IDF. Well, yeah, that's the point. Well, wait, hold on. It's not just the word of Hamas and the IDF. That's absolutely not true. There are videos of the event, which is like a fairly objective bit of information to pull from it.
Yeah, I already
there's
got
the fact
plenty
that
of
there were
that.
multiple statements made, like defending the attack from the IDF's perspective, and not just from the IDF, but like from associates and other people there. It's not just like a he said, she said at all.
What up, man?
Al Jazeera confirmed it 2 hours ago in the most
Let's see
recent
that
document.
shit.
It said that a UN school was struck as well. Here we go. We got to go with Al Jazeera on this. There's no, the IDF is literally the least trustworthy institution to trust on this. Like we have no reason to believe the IDF should be believed. Why is this just a GIF? I want a video. Okay, so yeah, Al Jazeera is still running strong in the reporting that Israel killed 500 in a hospital attack. In the Al Ali hospital. The Israeli embassy in Jordan was attacked. Don't trust IDF, but don't trust Al Jazeera either. No, you can trust Al Jazeera more than IDF. Yeah, guys, the IDF assassinates journalists and then lies about it in the face of international investigation, conclusively determining that they were responsible. What are the people in chat both sidesing?
Damn it.
Al Jazeera's source is still Hamas here, correct? The Gaza Health Ministry. Isn't the Gaza Health Ministry the hospital that got struck? That got struck? The Gaza Health Ministry is just reporting the number of casualties. This isn't Hamas. Does Hamas run the hospitals?
Gotcha.
A UN-run school housing refugees also struck. Wouldn't that report be from the UN? I don't think this is saying that literally all of the information is the health ministry is part of the Hamas cabinet, if I recall correctly. The Hamas cabinet is the official government of Gaza. But I don't think it's responsible to say then that any institution that is officially under their purview is just Hamas saying it. That's kind of a weird. Here's proof Israel deleted the video from their tweet. You can see edit history. Breaking IDF spokesperson. From the analysis of the operational systems of the IDF, an enemy rocket barrage was carried out towards Israel, which passed through the vicinity of the hospital when it was hit. According to intel information from several sources we have, the Islamic Jihad terrorist organization is responsible for the failed shooting that hit the hospital.
Complete to receive.
But then they removed the video. Was the video like bullshit? The video didn't show what they thought it showed? That's weird.
Need 5 more. Animals. Fauna are the animals. The weird little fuckers. Alright, let's find some
The videos are not in sync. They are from different times and dates. This is misleading and leading misinformation. So we know for a fact that the Israel Twitter account immediately put out like just random bullshit videos in an effort to push their narrative. That discredits them quite a lot, don't you think? Like immediate video edits from different times, different bullshit, you know, like, look, there's electricity. Yeah, it's a pretty bad fake. Electricity is cut off to Gaza. Why are there all these lights? This video, verified by the New York Times, is the moment the munitions struck the hospital in Gaza City, causing an explosion that the Gaza Health Ministry has said killed hundreds. Okay, so that video has been verified by the New York Times. So we're going to have to assume that's true,
Get a little
which means that
oxygen
the fact
balls.
that Israel immediately tweeted out those videos that were total bullshit.
Alright,
really
analysis visor. Gas. Potential
Not
A? Ooh. Hope it's not oxygen. I don't need that.
Setting off an exchange of blame. IDF says it was caused by a rocket fired by a Palestinian armed group that malfunctioned after launching. Okay, are we really to believe that from the get-go? Do we seriously believe that Hamas has rockets which are capable of exploding that big? From what missile platform? If they had missiles that big, why weren't they using them against Israel? They actually do? 500 dead in a hospital? For whatever it's worth, doesn't Hamas get weapons from Iran? Yeah, but this isn't consistent with the type of weapons that we know for a fact are attributed to them. It's possible the hospital had
Oxygen.
that exploded.
We don't
But
need
that's
oxygen.
so fucking convenient for Israel. That's so convenient for the IDF, and it doesn't line up with the information we have. We know that people associated with the IDF are like frantically deleting tweets, that they're like posting like misinformation videos, and then it's like, you know, we know the IDF strikes civilian targets all the time, and then it's like, oh, just conveniently, you know, this hospital happened to blow up, and they had munitions in there, and the dumb Hamas people like fucking like misfired their rocket or whatever. I guess it's still dark over there, and it'll probably be a while before we're able to get independent verification. But my like gut reading on this is that this is the IDF like getting a little bit too bloodthirsty for their own good, and then desperately trying to cover up their trail, like badly too. Like, oh, our rocket misfired, and it happened to land directly on this hospital and also set off the ammunition stores that we didn't know were there. Oh no, substance soda. I'm aware of that. I'm aware
Dioxide.
of the fact that, like, even if this
I'll
was
take it.
a Hamas misfire or whatever, it doesn't change the fact that Israel is still being monstrous here overall. However, like, I don't think we can give up the game on this kind of misinformation, right? Like, we have to be skeptical of these narratives. Yeah, given the fact that it is basically IDF standard practice to bomb civilian targets, and then to say, oh yeah, that was a Hamas base. They've been doing that for decades. Like, it's just really difficult to trust them. Here's a video of the barrage plus the explosion at the hospital. All right, guys, are you ready for me to pretend like I know anything about munitions and look at a video of an explosion and decide whether or not I think it would have been from a Hamas or Israeli rocket? We ready for me to pretend I know stuff? So this person is claiming that this was being done by Hamas. Okay, that was too far away for me to see. That does not look or sound like any Hamas rocket I have ever seen in any video footage ever. But like, whatever. There were no secondary explosions. There was no ammo in that building. Oh yeah, that's a good point. If it was an ammo dump that got struck, like, yeah, if the narrative is that an ammo dump got struck, like, all of this was like one big boom, right? That was one boom. Like, I've seen ammo depots get targeted from the Ukraine war, and there's usually more like layering of the explosion.
Excuse me. I don't know, man. I might want to get a better dioxide
MSF
farm.
International were horrified by the
I don't want to
recent
waste too much money setting up at multiple. I'm just gonna do that.
City, which was treating patients and hosting displaced Gazans. Okay, so
Not removable.
they're going with the idea that Israel did this.
Can I remove this? Delete base.
Failed rocket launches looking more and more like the culprit in the attack on the hospital. The video shows the
Yeah.
impact in the moment.
That's for the better.
After an interception. Building burning in the videos in the hospital. Not distinguished shape.
Got a nice bunch of silicone though. Let's keep looking. Let's keep looking.
So
The
the
fuck
argument
is
they're making
that?
then is that it wasn't a failed Hamas rocket, it was like an interception that struck them? Would the interception have struck them that quickly?
Oh, oxygen.
Wait, is the claim then that the interception literally struck them within like 3 or 4 seconds after? So, if the claim... It may also be a malfunction, a very convenient one. Like, because if people are claiming it's an interception, I don't even think that trajectory works. It looks like this salvo of rockets is being fired.
What the
forward,
fuck
like
is
in the
this?
foreground. But then, I don't think that gravity would have even allowed them enough.
Frozen
time.
tubers?
Like, even assuming Israel somehow intercepted one of the early rockets, I guess like the very first ones, and then
Okay.
it would have like shit takes a while to fall. You know, they go up faster than they go down because they're being fired up.
I think I'm looking for gas mainly, the dioxide.
And does Israel really have the ability to intercept rockets over Gaza that quickly? I know that they have the Iron Dome, and the Iron Dome is very impressive and all, but interception within like 10 seconds? Doesn't it take time to relay all the data from the position, trajectory, and
What's the
such and
point
such?
of a power
They have
hotspot?
laser now? Lasers. Good point has been made. This looks more
I
like
guess to
rocket
have a
warfare failure than
base
interception.
to for
Setting off the rocket a second for the aerial
agriculture, that requires a lot of power. Well, what the fuck is the point?
Oh god, we're doing the thing right now. We're doing the like internet investigation thing. my default. We've wandered into the weeds here. Israel is declaring it a misfire, not an interception. Al Jazeera
Let me get any
broadcast
knowledge stones on the way.
Islamic
We got water.
rocket which misfired.
Can we go through the water? I'm probably guessing
So are
not.
we giving up on the narrative?
Oh
that
fuck!
there's
I
an
didn't scan the
emotional
rock.
impact? Are we really saying that one single rocket warhead can cause an explosion?
Any more
on
big
sites?
rocks I can get scanned?
I know that like it's not like Hamas is only using
Nope.
little baby weapons, but
One
that
of
was
a
a
kind.
big boom. Like I don't know the yield of any individual rocket, but it looked like they were being fired in a salvo, which makes me think that it was probably like standardized military equipment and not like some bottle rocket like home built shit. Like has a Hamas rocket ever killed 500 Israelis in one day? No.
Deep
So,
level
like,
mineral deposit.
despite
What minerals are on this planet?
them having these weapons, they've never come even close to
Copper,
killing that
sodium,
many people.
90 dioxide.
But then like they
I already have
misfire
all
and
that
it happens
shit.
to land perfectly on a hospital and kill that many people just like that. I don't know, dude. That's pretty wacky.
Gesundheit. Ten mineral samples discovered.
Hamas does not have access to those munitions. They just don't. Well, they could have gotten it from Iran, but like, where did this strike then? So there was a gigantic salvo of missiles, right? The ones we saw with like alleged misfire. Where were those missiles even headed? It's the single largest amount of casualties from a single strike in this region going back decades. The idea of that just happening on fucking accident is insane. Like, the largest single death count of any single strike. And by the way, it was an oopsie rock from Hamas that happened to perfectly dead center hit the hospital, and also the IDF lies like all the time and loves striking civilian targets. It's not impossible, I guess. Here's what a US JDAM strike looks like. It is identical to the strike by Israel.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Yep, that's a big boom. It does look pretty similar.
Deep level mineral deposit. It's not worth farming. With the power hotspot. It's too far.
I guess
I'll just set up solar
another thing
panels
that
and
really
batteries.
makes me feel like
That's a whole fucking.
Israel is lying.
Yeah, no thanks.
Dude, this might be like so fucking out of pocket here. I understand that I'm not like an expert in this or whatever, but I really strongly feel this way. Another thing that makes me think this is straight
can't go in the
cap
water.
bus and FR for real FR. Let me get that video again.
Oh shit.
Here we go. Is that okay? Tell me if I'm wrong here. I could be totally wrong.
Shit.
But if missile failed,
ooh, you can swim.
why did it sound like it came in that quickly? Are you telling me that's
Ooh, I got a
terminal
pearl?
velocity?
Armored
Like that's a
clam.
rocket falling? I know that the rocket would, even if it failed, it would still, because it has fins, it would stabilize. Failure does not equal free fall. So you're no, because the narrative is that the
Armored clam. I'm gonna have to shoot
the,
that shit.
There was a primary explosion in the sky that like knocked out the
Oh wait, let me grab the pearl.
the propulsion. This thing
Let me
sounds
shoot
like
the
it's
clam
coming
with
at full
my-
fucking speed. Like this sounds like a
Get over here.
functioning motor or like
You got a big
engine or
fat
whatever,
cannon on you.
You know,
We need that.
like that hit really quickly. that was like not it falling. Can we just wait for
Hold on,
confirmation of what
Minotaur.
happened? Because no, if there's lying, you have to know. You can't. This is the problem. There's a fog of war over shit like this that happens, and you can't just not comment on stuff when there's a fog of war, because then the
Damn,
liars are
that
the
shit is
only ones
tough.
who
What the
talk.
fuck?
If you let everything in the fog of war be dictated by the only people willing to speak in the fog of war, you see the entire conversation to liars. I acknowledge that I don't know for a fact what happened. Nobody does. I'm just saying that based on the video and the evidence and the weird contradictory statements and the fact that people in the IDF appear to be simultaneously celebrating and denying the strike, and people have been deleting videos and tweets and stuff. I don't know. It seems to me like someone at the IDF got super fucking bloodthirsty. And then, and now they're like the fucking panic sweat pulling back. I don't know. I'm begging you to watch the second video in the thread all the way through, for fuck's sake. This one? But it's boring. What? Wait, that doesn't make any sense? So wait, they're saying this one random rocket went awry. You see it going awry right here, see? And then up here, there's an initial explosion. And I guess the argument is that this would have been an explosion of the fuel that propels it. Right? Like this would have knocked out its movement. And then we don't see anything anymore because there's no longer a missile. Like there's no longer an engine. So it's just a warhead now. The motor fell apart here. And then like 3 seconds later, it strikes directly beneath it with very little lateral movement. And also it came down quickly enough to make the noise that it did in the video that was closer. Like it popped up here and then went right down with the speed to make that noise. Again, Gog, I don't know, man. Fuck. I thought it would be fun to play
No shit.
but in reality, I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
There's that rock.
Maybe like the way the motor went out kind of like pushed the momentum down. Like we didn't see all of it and it sparked out in a way that sort of forced it down really quickly. But like, fuck, that's so convenient, dude. Do you have any idea how much we have to stretch to make this work? Like, here's one explanation. Israel, which we know strikes civilian targets with military munitions, struck a civilian target with military munitions. And then the other one is like, Hamas had military munitions that was given to them by Iran, which they do have. And then they fired a salvo, but then one of the missiles from the salvo went awry, and then it broke right over the hospital, and then somehow it went dark for a second, but then the explosion happened right beneath it. Like, maybe? Actually, hold on. This is 2 videos spliced together. I just realized this is 2 videos spliced together. Right when that thing at the top left pops in. See? They zoom in into the
what is
black
it?
right here.
Oxygen.
And then
Fuck.
we pull out, and now we see the hospital explosion. We can't get anything from this video. This is just this info. The only reason it would be spliced together like this is to provide a misleading suggestion of where the missile was relative to the hospital. We have literally no idea like where that was or where that happened. Or what the time frame was. It's from a live stream, you can watch it. Is it? And then right at the moment where a cut would happen, where the person pulls out, this appears at the top left. It's not a cut, it just looks like a cut. And they were live streaming it. Like this is right where the obvious cut would be. But then they just happened to pull out like right here. And the explosion down there happens legit like 3 seconds after it sparks out here. This describes the timing of everything. If there's any better evidence that Israel lied about the hospital airstrike, it's this. The first reports of the explosion occurred around 7:20 p.m. local time. Every video of the IDF, the Israeli government, is sharing showed a blast that occurred between 7:59 and 8. They almost certainly waited for Hamas or the PIJ to start firing rockets, pulled it from live video, and then claimed it was an unfortunate coincidence that this same rocket salvo we're now seeing caused the hospital explosion, even though it's from 30 minutes forward. I want it captured here. Israel deleted the video and have republished the tweet without the video they previously utilized as definite proof of the supposed PIJ rocket salvo being fired that hit the hospital. Now the claim is being made intentionally vague, so it can be from any time. The Israeli PM's office didn't get the message about how clearly inconsistent the video of the supposed quote rocket salvo hitting the hospital is, though, and republished the exact same video for a Hebrew-speaking audience. And the Israeli PM's office has deleted their publishing of the video as well. Guess this narrative didn't work out so well. They'll try again tomorrow.
Oxygen. Fuck.
Vosh,
Give me
this
some
is Vicente.
dioxide.
The new footage from the live stream happened at the exact same time the explosion happened. What? Then why'd Israel post the
boys.
fake videos?
Just checking out
Okay,
some
no,
minerals.
We're calling it right here. Wait, the video timestamp is wrong. It's 50 minutes after the bombing.
Hostile
we
vector.
just saw
Wait,
that. Yeah,
what?
those videos
Oh,
are fake.
fuck! Ship.
All right, I'm cutting it here. I'm cutting it here. I'm cutting it right here. I'm cutting it right here. My official ruling is that I have no way of definitely knowing what happened here. We will probably get more info soon. However, I genuinely believe that there is value in going over this live, if for no other reason than because it shows how much Israel frankly benefits from the fog of war that they have created. Israel cut power and internet to Gaza deliberately, in large part, to stem the flow of information that could contradict them when they lie about their war crimes. I, by default, will disbelieve anything Israel says for the same reason I will disbelieve anything Russia says with regards to what's happening.
Alright, where was I?
I know for a fact that they lie constantly. And what seems to have happened right now is fully in line with what the idea
right
is done.
here.
However, the world is complicated, so I guess it's possible that some rockets.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. So we'll probably find out more. But yeah, my default assumption here is that Israel is lying.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that it's bad to kill innocent people. That's also an opinion that I have. 500 dead in an instant. The surgery room collapsed during surgeries, yeah. 800 dead now. You only have that opinion because it's mainstream. Hating Israel? Hating Israel is pretty mainstream, that's true. Wonder how long it'll take before more information comes out on this. Hold on. Israel hospital strike. See, even Reuters is referring to it. Reuters is referring to it as an Israeli airstrike as of 40 minutes ago. I genuinely don't think that there's much disagreement on Israel being responsible for this outside of
Ooh,
a
we're getting
desperate
some
cobbled together
cobalt.
effort to go here, look at the pixels. Actually,
Concentrated
it's
gas
the
cloud.
people
What in
who
the
I've
fucking
seen
water?
say it was Israel are like every org.
What?
You know, that are commenting on this, and the people who are saying it's Hamas are like people on Twitter that are looking at the pixels, I guess. So I don't know. But yeah,
It's gonna be oxygen. Yep. The description did specify frozen planet. Maybe this is too liquidy for dioxide. I don't know, science. Let's find some dry land.
What?
We did find one patch back on dry land, far away from the
speed
water.
with which that thing came in was not falling from a few thousand feet above speed. That sounded like a full-on jet coming in. Nothing can go that from the fall. Never mind. No. Never mind. Please let me out. Let me out. We're being rude to our guests. We're 20 minutes late. I'm bringing our guests over. Bosch, my uncle works at Blizzard/Activism. Hamas fired that rocket. Thank you. Thank you. Good, it's settled then. It's settled. It's settled then. Bosch, it literally says right there the source for the strike allegation are Gaza authorities, not Reuters' assessment. Yes, but if Reuters trusted that assessment enough to rebroadcast it authoritatively, then that's an indication of the reliability of the info. Obviously, the source of the information will be Gaza. It happened in Gaza. But the fact that Reuters is taking that information and if you're in Gaza and you just walk up to call Reuters and you're like, hey, IDF just killed 5 billion.
Man, it's gonna be a while till I find a dioxide spot. I better find something good.
The perceived authenticity of the information.
Gonna need me at least an A, at least a B class.
Israel's military said it was still ironing out all the details in the reports of the strikes in both the school and the hospital. Bro, this is such bullshit. What do you mean ironing out the details? Not to mention the school that was struck. Like, what details? Did you strike it or not? Your munitions are incredibly accurate. You're not blind firing artillery. It's not World War II. You don't just aim a cannon in the general direction of the strip. You have little fucking cameras telling you what you're hitting. Okay, guys. Biden arrives in Israel tomorrow. Okay? Let's all calm down. It's canceled? Why?
Radon?
Where?
Radon is kind of annoying to make, and I can make nitrogen straight out of it.
Palestinian
I'll take it.
Authority leader Abbas said
I'll make
he
some
canceled a
here.
meeting with Biden tomorrow after Gaza hospital blast. He canceled his participation in a meeting scheduled tomorrow with U.S. President Joe Biden and other Middle East leaders. No, a U.S. politician meeting with the Palestinian Authority would have been a pretty big deal. He's still going though? Yeah, but he's not going to meet with the Palestinian Authority. Like, he's still going to Israel, yeah, but he's not. Yeah, okay, so it wasn't all canceled. The senior official said Abbas is withdrawing to protest an alleged Israeli airstrike at a hospital in Gaza that Hamas health officials say has killed more than 500 people. The IDF so far has not commented on the blast, saying it needs more time to investigate if it was indeed an IDF airstrike. What do you mean? Your munitions are targeted. What do you mean? That means it was. This means no. Yeah, they need time to spin the story. Moving on. Get me out of this segment. Get me out. Okay? Get me out of this segment, please. Please get me out. Oh my God. Please let me be free. I'm getting a headache, unironically.
These fuckers better not attack me.
Hold on.
I can call my ship down right now. Fuck you up. Take all your fuel.
The segment is done. Okay, lads.
Laddie.
We've talked about a lot of wacky stuff today.
Laddie
We've
boy.
talked about hundreds of innocent people dying and war misinformation. We also talked about
Nice clean land.
how all Republicans are racist.
Start mining.
And you might think, wow, the world's
Oh,
pretty shit.
set a base.
And it is. But did you know you can do something about it? Did you know it's possible for you to make a positive change?
Really?
Let me introduce you to...
Join the army. Join the IDF.
I'm clicking the start voice call button now.
I can make a change.
5 minutes later.
Join.
Hello.
ISIS DF.
Hello. Hello. The fine people of Progressive Victory. Hello.
Well, Vosh, it's so good to talk to you again. How are you doing?
Well, I survived my trip back from DC, so that's good. All right,
Who's
we
this?
are hardcore. This is definitely because of my prior plans on how we were going to structure the segment, and not because I'm angry at chat after an hour of arguing about Israel. We are going to hit the Zoomer brains hard and fast today. Tell me,
I love it. I love
what are you both here to talk about?
Sam, do you want to do the honors?
Sure. So, just giving a quick intro here, I think you all have seen what we've done with Progressive Victory in the past, working with Vosh's community. We work on elections. We put you all to work doing real politics out there in the world and making a big impact. And we have a big opportunity that we're really excited to tell you about.
This is so good. This is so good. I'm so psyched about this one.
Yeah, it's a candidate in Alabama, of all places. A candidate named Sylvia Swain, and potentially the first trans office holder in Alabama history.
Woo!
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
So this is a situation where they had, I believe, 7 people in a runoff for basically a state house race, and no one made enough.
Hey, it's skating around. Look at this.
Final. So it's a runoff.
Got shit in my
between two of
pants.
them, and whoever wins
What is
is
this?
going to win
I'm
the
dancing.
seat. So this is really
Hey,
straightforward.
hey, hey.
Whoever shows up, whoever makes more phone calls.
Kind of
is
looks
the
like a
candidate
dance.
that's going to
Looks kind of
win this
cool.
thing.
Somebody make a YouTube meme video. No Man's Sky dance. Oh.
It's only 10,000
No Man's Sky does a sturdy.
in the next 2 weeks. 10,000
Or the
calls. We're going to try to get through
the
that
stilly.
list twice. And it is
So I'm just
absolutely
standing
true.
still.
If your community shows up, comes in
Ah.
phone banks with us,
It works.
a literal trans candidate would have your
Little trans
community to
alien?
thank for literal trans candidate would have
Killian.
your community to thank for breaking that barrier and
First,
being the first person to
biofuel
be
reactors.
elected,
Do we have metal?
representative in Alabama?
Folks,
so that would be amazing.
We got metal.
We've got a clean objective here. 10,000 calls, that's easy shit, okay? If every single person watching this right now did exactly one call, that would be more than 80% of the way.
No,
through.
no
And we're
biofuel
talking-
reactor.
We're talking
That's
big,
right.
big,
Moved
big
on.
margins
Bigger,
that we
better
can fill.
things.
Now, this is, in the terms of what we normally talk about when it comes to PV and our electoral involvement, this is relatively low stakes. Usually we talk federal, this is state.
Gas
State,
extractor.
Alabama House. Makes it no less important. Many state houses are very, very narrowly controlled by Republicans. A Democrat majority in them would not only save the people of that state from the despotic, horrific laws that Republicans want to pass, it would also give us the opportunity to do cool things. Remember how I'm going to mess this up again, Michigan? In Michigan, they get a slim lead with the Democrats, and they pass Marxism-Leninism, the good kind, the kind that I like, the mimetically good kind. Having a majority in a state house, huge, huge deal, all right? Now, this election is taking place when? It's Minnesota. Minnesota, I got it wrong again. I'll never get this right.
October 24th.
Runoff is on the 24th.
24th, we got 1 week. Where do the fine people in my community go to do this
So
phone bank?
we are going to drop a link in the chat. Sam, do you have the one that we're using?
Yes, it's progress.win/Vosh-Swain. The candidate's name is Sylvia Swain, Swayne. And I believe that our associates at PV are dropping that in the chat right now.
I just want to say this. I think sometimes when you're talking to trans candidates, I mean, look, we all want the barriers broken and trans people to have a say in public policy, right? All of us want that. But I want to tell your audience, Sylvia Swain is not just a trans person. She's also got amazing policies, right? She's got a lot of experience with unionization. She's really huge on social justice. She wants to expand Medicaid. As someone from this region of the country, right next door in Mississippi, I can tell you expanding Medicaid is absolutely critical for the poorest people that need it the most. So she's just top to bottom the exact kind of progressive left-wing candidate we want, and I think it would be a huge step forward. And Vosh, let me just say this. Sometimes people criticize your community for not doing enough in politics to show up and get real-world stuff done. And I'm telling you, y'all show up, you help us make 10,000 calls, get through that call feed once, twice, 3 times. This really could be a candidate your entire community could point towards and say, we did that. We helped win that. and that is a win you could all be proud
26?
of. I really hope you'll show up.
This girl's a goddamn Zoomer. She's younger than me.
Yep, that's right.
Yes, and we've done it before. I mean, this is not. We know that this is possible. We did this earlier this year in January, with a candidate in a special election in Virginia. That his election, done by your community,
fucking shaving this
TV,
place down.
single-handedly stopped a 15-week abortion ban from going into effect in law this year in Virginia.
That's right.
Yeah, I think so. In addition to our policies being good, it's also worth pointing out that, like, speaking sort of pure politics here, real politic. First of all, being that transphobia is still like the primary political motivator for the GOP, exposure to trans people is a good way to make people trans. The
damage
more
machinery.
visibility and exposure trans people have broadly on both the state and federal level, the more likely it is
Can I
that
destroy
people just
this?
be, more chill about them. Like, it just helps. It
Minotaur,
does. Every piece
come
of data
crush
we have
this thing.
on exposure to minority groups indicates that it leads to people having more progressive views on said minority groups.
Let's go.
Additionally, the trans people in particular, because they're such a hot topic right now, seem to be a pretty strong catalyst for national engagement. I have heard
interesting.
very little from the Alabama state legislature. It's
Play
probably
some
because most people
bowling.
write Alabama off, But as we've seen, in
There we
Tennessee,
go.
The
Perfect.
sort of radical firebrand Democrat state
Get over there.
House members have done a lot to drive national engagement in a way that would not have been possible with more liberal, milquetoast, non-representative Democrat politicians. So I say we go for it. I'm ready. I'm hyped up. People in chat, you all love your computers. You watch me with the computer. Maybe you watch me on a phone. Use the phone for some good. Can non-Americans phone bank?
Yeah, you can show up 100%.
Yes,
Nice.
you can.
Fantastic. So everyone, progress.win/Vosh-Swain, S-W-A-Y-N-E, like the League of Legends champion, I think. Go there, take a look, and do good. All right, I'm gonna post this as a video, and maybe we'll do like a little thing on the little mini thing. This is 2 weeks. Okay, we got 2 weeks. Wait, no, 1 week.
That's a little
right?
uneven. That'll fit.
24?
That'll be fine.
1 week. So this is like a really clear, obvious indication of, and I see how many calls get done too. So if it ends up being 9,999 or less, I'm gonna be really upset with you guys. Okay? No OKBV for a month, for 2 months, for 5 months. All right. I feel hyped up. Thank you both very much.
Let's do it. Yeah, just one more thing, Vosh.
Yeah.
I mean, something I have seen because I grew up in this part of the country, and the Democratic Party structurally does not invest in the South. And don't get me wrong, I ran for Congress in Massachusetts, and our poor people here need help in serious ways. But the poorest people in America in the South really, really, really need help. And it is the shame of the Democratic Party, which, look, let's be honest. I've met these guys. They go to Harvard. They have amazing education. They've never been in the South. Like, they're not from this area of the country. It's why Stacey Abrams had to tank for the entire team and build infrastructure there, because the Democratic Party was just utterly uninterested in building stuff in the Deep South that we actually need. So this, I cannot say it enough. The reason I work with places like Progressive Victory is we see these needs. We understand people have to show up for this, and it is a completely underserved area by the Democratic Party. And it's not an exaggeration to say, if you don't show up, I don't know who will. So we're counting on you, the country's counting on you, and Alabama's counting on you.
Chat.
If you get involved now, you can stick around, because we're going to be organizing for the primaries in early 2024 as well, and we're getting started with that right now. So
Yeah, we got a lot to
get
do.
in.
A lot to do, folks. Listen, okay, you know she's cool because I'm looking right now at a Teen Vogue article where she's been interviewed, okay? Teen Vogue, yeah, they post cool stuff, I think. I see article screenshots from them. I'm not teen anymore, but
You read every issue. Don't lie, Vosh.
seems
I
cool.
know.
Oh, yeah, laying on the bed on my stomach with my heels kicking behind me. All right, we got to keep it short for the Zoomers. We will mobilize
Go
not
ahead,
10,000,
go ahead.
not 20,000, but 1 million calls.
I love it. I love it.
All right, thanks, Vosh.
Thank you.
talk soon.
And we will talk soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, I feel like that was structured about as well as possibly could be with regards to getting people to call. Guys, final call. I'm so committed to talking and not listening. I'm throwing my earbuds right now. I'm throwing them. I'm tossing them. Listen up, okay? Here's the problem with you personally. It's that you're miserable. You're wretched. You're a disgusting creature. You're slimy. Why are you swaying? Okay? It's because your body exudes the negativity that resides within your heart. And the negativity is because you follow, maybe a little too much, a little too obsessively, you follow a politics streamer, you listen to all the horrible things going on in the world, and then you jerk off. What are you doing about it? Be a participant in positive change, okay? Do something good that you can think. You know, be a part of the solution. You'll feel good, and your heart will radiate happiness, and all of the gremlin juice will slow off of your
Gremlin
body
juice.
like rain off roof tiles, okay? And you will be clean and beautiful. And then when you jerk off, it won't be, you know, in spite of the gremlin, you know, juice. It'll be fine, you know. So yeah, progress.win/Vosh-Swain. You see how it's spelled? It's right there, dumbass. Also, I'll put it in the link. Go and phone bank. Yes, and as Progressive Victory in chat points out, there is training before the phone banking. It's easy. Every person who's ever emailed me about the phone banking or the canvassing has told me that they enjoyed doing it. It will be fun. You will have fun. And you will
I
have a
can't put the
warm
metal
feeling
door
in your
here.
heart whenever you hear about anything good which was a product of your behavior. Rack up the dub, folks. Get out there. Go, 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 go. Nice. I'm afraid of human contact. How do I overcome this? Exposure therapy. Okay. Well done, lads. I have to say, I'm very proud of you guys. We actually only lost about 1,500 people during that. I know that sounds sarcastic, but 1,500 people is not a lot to go from the Israeli strike on the hospital to political advocacy. That's actually a very minor drop-off. Normally it would be double that, so that's pretty good. Yeah, 1,500 Mossad agents who left after they realized they couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Do I personally have to make 10,000 phone calls? Yes.
Got this little fucker running through my house.
Please explain what phone banking is. Phone banking is when you are given some training on what you need to do, and the thing that you need to do is you are given a list of numbers to call, and then you call those numbers, and you say, hey, you should vote transgenders. Bye, and then you hang up. Listen, the training will be given there. It is good. It is good and fine, all right? Will they really be able to give all of us training? Yep, because it's done in big group Discord calls, okay? They've done a lot of good over there in Progressive Victory. I need you guys to get involved.
One battery for the house. We
Text
got a roof
banking
for the
exists
solar
too, right?
panels.
Yes. Hey, listen, if you have questions, who do you go and ask? Click on progress.win/Vosh-Swain, and it will give you the information that you need, okay? We've done a lot of good before. How much time commitment is expected? You got questions. Not that much time.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for.
Wow. Sorry. Yeah, they have a logged video on the Progressive Victory YouTube channel called PV22 Phone Bank Training. This was back for the midterms. You'll see it all if you go there. I'm not Progressive Victory. I'm just their cheerleader, okay? Go and go. Go, go, go. I'm going to keep promoting this every time, okay? It's not that hard. Just do it. Just do it. Just go. Yeah. Okay. Have you done it? Phone banking? With Progressive Victory specifically? No. Generally, yes. Yeah, it looks like The Guardian is also saying that Israel did this. The Israeli military reportedly said an initial investigation suggested the explosion was caused by a failed Hamas rocket launch before saying it was the result of a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket barrage. Islamic Jihad denied the Israeli allegation, and the scale of the blast appeared to be outside the militant group's capabilities. Yee. I'm going to read donations, and I've got a good number of them to read as well. Yes. Simric, thank you for the $5. Vosh, it's hard to stare into the face of war to take a break to appreciate what's good in life. Today marks my 4-year anniversary of my weight loss. Congratulations. Well done. That's fantastic. You know what would help you lose even more weight? Doing phone banking, because the talking is calories. Thank you. Robert Jensen, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I just don't believe it's Hamas. I just don't. I do believe we can make a big difference with Progressive Victory phone banking, though. Melicello with a tier 2 sub. Big fan. Thanks for doing what you do. Thank you. What I do being, of course, in this case, promoting Progressive Victory. No, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop. That's going to add so much time onto every donation read. Dr. A7MADQ8, thank you for the $10. Many such cases. Mud Marauder, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Been watching for 4 years. Appreciate your novel takes on socio-political topics, engaging content, and willingness to engage with opposing opinions. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. My goodness. You know who I appreciate? Yeah, big lick. He's purring very loud. Yeah. How does he and Ruben get along? They get along great, actually. They play pretty often. Usually their play involves Ruben charging into him like a missile, and then Artemy pinning him down and licking his fur until Ruben wiggles out and does it all over again.
A-class radon. Total
Fat
storage 2,500. Not that much.
Lundy the Elder, no worries at all, friend. You never have to donate if you don't want to. Thank you for the kind words. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Does he get along with the naked one? Artemy and Pigeon don't interact that much, actually. Yeah, different politics, sorry. Fascist and tanky. Well, I guess that's not really different politics. Cataclysm, thank you so much for the 12 tier 1 subs. That's really kind of you. Today is 1 year since I first saw one of your videos. You helped me find the courage to try phone banking and then canvassing. TY for all your work. Guys, that was donated before we had the PV people on. Sam and Brianna. That's just a quinky dink. Thank you. I know. Isn't phone banking and canvassing so good? Doesn't it help? Is good? Makes you less greasy? Thank you very much. CIA plant. Yeah. Vosh doing the gay voice. I've been doing the gay voice a lot more lately. I think it's because of the glasses. I also got a nice necklace. While I was at the Oddities Expo.
Oh, it's bringing me back to my old hotspot.
Here, hold on. I'll adjust the thing. It's
unless
fossilized bone, I think.
No, I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not. It's a gas hotspot too. B? Let's go.
My back sore today. Thank you, Cataclysm. Turbo Saxophonic, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. When I was a HIMARS gunner, it was always a big deal when we got to shoot and attack them. I was there when we shot one to scare North Korea. Wild shit, man. That's waking up in your barracks. Today's the day. Get to shoot a giant missile over.
Please be dioxide.
over North Korea. Or whatever.
Oxygen. Fuck
God,
you.
that's funny. Zachary Riley, thanks the $2. Jordan I-99 and John Paul Queller, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Still Alive, thank you for the $3. Really appreciate that as well. Illanita Express and Lumberjack N, thank you for the 5 both. Bosch, just get a Ruger SR9 and customize it, you nerd. Ruger SR9. Not really my style. It's a pretty gun, but not really my style. If anything, if there's any, if I ever wanted like a real fucking like showboat pistol to customize, it would be like a Luger or something. Like one of those old pistols, you know? I don't know what the closest equivalent to a modern Luger would be. Is there such thing as a modern Luger? I don't like them. Ugh. Maybe not a Luger. What's the gun that has the magazine in front of the trigger? What is that? Is that a Mauser? Yeah, that's a Mauser. Like the broom handle. Yeah. I would get one of those. My father had a replication one of these that he did some work with. Show it? The Mauser? You've seen it before. Probably in like Resident Evil 4. It's this.
Radon.
If there was ever an old gun that I would buy,
one
that I would,
radon
like,
farm is enough, I
have
think,
just because I
for
think
now.
it's cool design-wise, it'd be this. They're very cool. They have this really intricate, like hammer mechanism. If you have your hand back here when it fires, you're in trouble. Is the point, basically. I heard they're reliable. Yeah, they're good pistols for their time. You know, I mean, by today's standards, obviously, they're complete fucking dog shit, you know. I googled Mauser C96 custom and this came up. What a fucking monstrosity. Good lord. Okay. Why Nazi pistols? These were manufactured way before the Nazis. Please explain canvassing. How many times have you said that? Can you stop spamming? What the fuck? Yeah, you've been spamming. Take a break. Please explain why.
Oh, armored clams, they're deep under sea.
Nazis have
Okay,
Lugers.
okay.
Yeah, when I think Nazi pistol, I think of the Luger pistol, not the Mauser. The Mauser is old, like old. The Luger is what I associate with the Nazis. That's this one. Though I'm pretty sure this was also made before the Nazis. Let me see. Luger P08. Yeah, it was produced all the way back in the 19th century, 1898.
Oh no, we're not.
Kept being
We're
produced up
not.
until 49. So this would have been the one they would have.
We'll just analyze it, get it off. No, it's in the wall.
I think
the fuck
it's
is that?
For Nazis?
Crystal sulfide. We could use some
Yeah,
of that.
the P38. They're also a very pretty gun. But I think that's just because I like how older guns look, because they're a lot less like blocky. I don't know. I would consider this like a nice pistol.
Abyssal
to own, except
horror?
It's literally a Nazi pistol. What Soviet World War II pistol? There we go. That's an old pistol that I found. They had a Nagant. Oh yeah, they had a revolver back then. The Soviets were rootin' tootin' pointin' shootin'. The Makarov pistol? The Makarov pistol is so space age. Look at this thing. Does this not look like a fucking Jetsons pistol? The way they have like the sort of curve in on the shape Walther PPK.
Man, this
clone.
jetpack
Yeah,
water
I
engine is
remember
nice.
Reading this isn't the
Good thing I got it.
best
Did I get
fist,
it?
or maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. Did
It's
I?
kind of odd.
I think so.
I could be wrong on that. It's a decent pistol. Yeah. Of course, Americans win the World War II pistol game, obviously, because we had the
Yeah, I
fucking
don't know.
1911. That easily wins the World War II pistol game. Like, no, not even.
Oh yeah, I
close.
don't have it. I
The
need
1911 is still widely
efficient
used and
water
celebrated,
jets.
and it's a gigantic brick of a gun compared to the relatively small Soviet Nazi standard firearms. Yeah, still used to
living
this
pearl.
day.
I'll get some more
Look at
pearls
that.
while I'm out
You can
here.
find guns that look like 1911s in any gun shop in the world, basically. They are all over the place. Replications of them, you know, still being produced. No shit beside us? That's cool. That's a high power, though? This? I just googled 1911. Hold on.
Damn, how am I going so
That's a
fast in
Russian
the water?
1911 knockoff.
Jesus.
Okay, well, here's the original 1911, but like there's a million modern 1911s. The way you can tell you're looking at a 1911 or something built like a 1911 is it has a big rectangular grip that's a little bit uncomfortably long. The grip plate on it is literally just like a flat rectangle. It has a lateral trigger, like the trigger is like a solid block that gets pulled in, and also it's big. Also, micro 1911s are legitimately the stupidest looking guns in the fucking world, because trying to miniaturize all of these design features. There's the Kimber Micro. Look at that. How do you... Look at that. I have the larger version of this. I have two of the larger versions of this, actually. The
you can get two.
full-size 5 and 6-inch pistols, respectively. But when you microize it, it's so dumb looking. It's so silly. Fuck, I got distracted again. Romans would say that's civilized, not small.
Hey,
Cross the line where
boys.
alien sights don't move when firing. Oh man, this is the most competition pistol I've ever seen. What the fuck?
Oh, quantum computer. I can make this. Oxygen
Competition
rerouter.
pistols are cool because all of them cost $5,000 and they're bad at everything except being accurate. Like, everything is sacrificed for pure accuracy. And as a consequence of that, if you look up competition pistols, they look insane. The MPA DS9 DL Steel Challenge pistol. I would own this. It purely because it's psychotic, you know? And very accurate. God, look at that. This one looks kind of nice. Actually, if you remove the gigantic optic on this, don't you think this would look like really sleek, actually? Yeah, this is like a gamer pistol. This is like you have your gamer chair and your gamer wireless earbuds, and you pull out the gap, and it's this, you know? Okay, I'm getting so distracted. I want to end the stream. God damn it. Lumberjack Ent and Elenita Express, thank you for the 5 both. Really appreciate that. Squid and Pookie, thank you for the 5 both. I do not like bullpups. Oh, someone last stream was
A
talking about the
C-class
Mauser C96
cloud.
as well.
God damn it.
Soaked on left, you'd think you'd know what the stream
Nope.
numbers are by now. Oh, are you shilling to get me to host you? Maybe I will. Still alive, thank you for the 5. Sean, thank you for the 10. Why is Russia calling for ceasefire in Gaza? Because it allows them to posture against Israel. Jerry, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. I actually traveled to Romania, and there was a whole lot of corruption and a lack of rebuilding period, moving from communism to capitalism because the Russian tender was trying
There's
to
a
rebuild the
lot of
USSR League
swimming
and
I need to do.
Yeah, also shock therapy probably didn't work that well for them, I feel. Jason here, thank you for the tier 3 sub, really appreciate that. Noxamillion, thank you for the
I'm
5.
gonna travel across
Sake
that
Tanuki,
island.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, really appreciate that. Simric, thank you for the $20, really appreciate that as well. Sometimes it's hard to stare in the face of evil without any good news. And then there's a video link to Good News for U.S. Citizens 2023, Green Card for Parents of U.S. Citizens, U.S. Immigration. I'd have to look into an article on this. I can't really speak on this specifically. Jazzy Weber, thank you for the $20. When I was doing my exchange in East Germany 2019, the family who was hosting me wouldn't shut up about how the Muslim refugees were ruining the country. Nice. I wouldn't be able to bite my tongue. Big Cheese Wheel, thank you for the 5. Anguish, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. J-Lord and Koopa Shell 10, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Both really appreciate that. Eagle, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that.
Another sea
I'll
cloud.
take a look into it.
Jesus
Eagle.
Christ, this whole
E-Exploration,
planet
thank you
is
for the $5.
mid.
Nice try, but not right now. Maybe in OKBB time. War Bad, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Fully agree. Clark the Clerk, thank you for the $3. Elenita Express, thank you for the 5. H. Jason, thank you for the 5 as well. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you for the very kind dono last stream of $100. It's funny how Obama's biggest accomplishment ended up being how he turned Biden from a racist neoliberal in 2005 to the progressive classical liberal he is now. Yeah, I might have to hold back on compliments towards Biden for a bit. Really need to see how this all plays out, you know? But yeah, it is funny how much more progressive Biden is than Obama. Zoth, thanks to the tier 1 sub, really appreciate that. Carson and Peters, thanks to the 5, I'll give it a look. Kirby, thank you for the $10, I'll give that video a look as well. A lot of video links from 5 days ago. Jerry, thanks to the $10, this is freaking disgusting. Peter. Chat, do you hear the humming too when Vosh speaks? Does anyone hear distortion when I speak? If so, it means I need to adjust my mic settings. No? Sorry, Smacker2, it's just you. Apophis210, thank you for the very kind 5 Australian. Still alive, thank you for the 5. Did I really not read donos days ago? Sock, Spleen, Josh Woods, and Super Stingray, thank you for
Got a
the
hotspot
5.
nearby too. Nice.
Transmat Walsh, Ash Fox, and Bit Grease, thank you for the tier 1 subs. OS Crane and Damon Abernathy, thank you for the 5 both, very kind of you. I Lizzie and What Is Cool, thanks to the tier 1 subs. Zachary Riley and Alexander the Resurrection, thank you for the 2. Watif, thank you for the $10, really appreciate that. Cosmic Willow, thank you for the tier 2 sub, very kind of you. Raviolupe and Atheist Jewish Messiah, thank you for the 5 both, also very kind of you. Love it when people are kind to me, especially monetarily, but also emotionally. Build a Dog, thank you for the tier 3 sub, really appreciate that. Nice. Benjamin Gilbert Live, thank you for the $10. Kirby, thank you for the $10 as well. DMG Halt, thank you for the very kind tier 4 sub. Hello, I play a lot of games on Steam, and seeing a fellow gamer participate in politics is hostile. I'm a longtime RTS gamer, Age of Empires 2, over 15,000 hours! Holy shit! 15k hours in Age of Empires 2. I assume you're playing the remaster now? Not the original? I'm guessing? Whew! That's crazy. Damn. I've never even beaten max AI difficulty in that game. Queen Slut and Cathartic Arrest, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Saw a story about taking race off the census. Scientists said there's nothing biological about race. Purely biology controls melanin production. Can you explain what he meant? Yeah, scientists don't really refer to race as a biological category because it's useless and arbitrary. What we describe as racial genetic traits are this incredibly vague generalized cluster of socially ascertained characteristics that have very little to do with any actual genetic differentiation. There will be 2 white people who look the same race that have a fuck ton of genetic differences between them, and a white and a black person who have basically none, because the only genetic differences you're looking at are like melanin production and maybe like, I don't know, like nose shape or whatever. But like, if that's the case, you might as well be asking on a census, can you please give us your skin tone hex code and your nose width? Because that's a more honest question, right? Like, asking what your race is, you don't know the underlying genetics. It's like, yeah, get on this census, like write down the, the such and such. Vosh do not endorse taking race off the census. It's super important data for redistricting and measuring economic inequality. Yeah, well, I'm talking about, like, its scientific uselessness. Race is very useful sociologically, because even if race doesn't mean jack shit biologically, people still distinguish and discriminate based on perceived racial characteristics. When we ask people on the census what their race is, we're not, like, really asking them to do a self-biology test. You know, we're asking them, like, socially speaking, what their race is. A good example of this being that people who are half black and half white are almost universally referred to as black. Obama is considered black, and everyone agrees on this, but he's half white, you know? So if we're talking biologically, like, you'd think he's dead center, but he's not dead center when it comes to sociological taxonomy. Obviously, people categorize him as black. So it's important to understand race is a social construct, but that does not mean it's non-existent. Obama looks black, though? Yeah, but is what a person looks like biology? Like, oh, he looks like his gene clusters are... In terms of the genetics, it's 50-50, black and white, right? You know, but appearance-wise, it's like the one-drop rule thing, you know? And there are black people who would say that Obama looks more white to them than he does black. I know that sounds weird, but it's true. There are black people who are, like, dark black, who treat light-skinned black people like they're basically just white. So, you know, that's like... Again, it's totally arbitrary. 9,000 Man, thank you for the $10. I'm ashamed of TJ Kirk. He's been proclaiming he doesn't care about the Israel-Palestine conflict. He even made jokes about nuking Palestine. Him and Policy Go had messed up takes about Ukraine. I haven't checked in on them in a while. I think I'll be talking with them both soon, though, so maybe we'll have a chance to talk about that. We'll see. That'd be unfortunate. Maximus, 1975, thank you for the very kind $20. Bosch, see Polish election results. I've done 2 segments on the Polish election results. The Christian Nationalist Piss Party lost its majority yesterday. I know. We talked about it. Thank you for the $20. It's very exciting news. Zealot, thank you for the 1 Australian. Panacea Pan, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Major Screens, 75. Thank you for the tier 4 sub. Been watching since mid-2020. Was even able to get a girlfriend with the help of your advice. Yes. Just wanted to send my favorite streamer some support. Thank you. And congratulations. I'm really, really happy to hear that. You're welcome. Thank you, really. That's awesome. Sovball, $5. One major benefit ATACMS has is stretching Russian supply lines. The further behind Russian lines Ukraine can hit, the further away supply depots must be placed. Yeah, I was talking about that. It makes a huge difference in terms of, like, maintaining the ability for them to hold out there. Krianon, thank you for the $10.
Damn, barely any dioxide. I found one dioxide hotspot.
That's strong evidence he's a man. Yeah, it's another argument in favor of you guys reading One Piece. Again, I don't endorse the anime. I endorse the manga. They finally got to the anime adaptation of the end of the Wano arc, and there are 2 highly visible trans characters in One Piece. And at the end, I guess to reaffirm all of that, they go to a bathhouse. No freaking spoiling. Anyone who doesn't want spoilers, close your eyes right now. You get right now, okay? For those of you who don't really care that much. At the end, in the segregated Japanese bathhouse, they have all the men, including Yamato back here, who identifies as a guy, and all the women, including, I forget her name, but she's canonically a trans woman, not even a little bit ambiguously coded as such. They just flat out say it, in their respective bathhouses. I think that's neat. Okiku, thank you. Carrot, my beloved, yes. There are many good characters. Pronouns, One of the funny thing is, despite One Piece having such, like, obvious trans characters, as main characters too, not side characters, one of the funny things is that even, like, the reactionary right can't really complain about it that much, because going up against One Piece is like cultural suicide. One Piece is so monolithically popular everywhere that doing this whole, like, One Piece has gone woke, fuck One Piece, fuck Oda, like, why? Like, they can't do it. Like, why would you do that? Like, you cannot position yourself opposite One Piece. With, like, the world is One Piece. You can't, you know? Like, think about it. You guys hear about
I gotta
people
fix the
freaking
camera,
out
make sure my
about
nuts
woke
don't pop.
media and
Trying to
basically
adjust my
everything,
nuts
every
in the
TV show, every movie, you hear
boxers.
about it, but you don't hear about it in One Piece. Even though One Piece literally, flat out, just has trans characters just shown right there, like objectively trans, you know? The most they can do is cope and pretend the characters aren't trans, which is like massive cope. They're not coded trans, and they're not implied to be trans. They're stated trans, and it's a part of the narrative. The trans woman literally has a flashback, and during the flashback, they're like, "Oh, weren't
I'm
you
gonna
a
go back
man
to that
back
one
then?"
dioxide farm.
And the woman is like, "This one's heart is a woman," or something like that, and she's in the woman's bathhouse. And then for Yamato, they're like, "Hey, Yamato, you identify as a man. However, you have giant milkers. Can you explain this?" And Yamato's like, "Yeah, I'm a guy with giant milkers, obviously." People are like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. The math checks out. Thank you." There's no, like, coding here. It's extremely clear. Yeah, they never attack shows that are perfectly received for being woke. They only attack the ones that stumble on it because they don't want to go after the strong targets, so to speak. Antifa Private, thanks to $5. I do want to research the Japanese communists. Yeah, I have heard lots of good things about the Japanese Communist Party. That they're like largely based on student groups, and that they've been very active, and that they're real communists. They're not like weirdo tankies or whatever. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Why can't we just create fake recreations or religious sites? We already have a fake Noah's Ark. Why can't we have Moses Land? We can fake all that stuff. I want Shinto shrines all around America. I've been to Tokyo, and they're beautiful. And Sake with the additional 5 tier 1 subs. Straight up insane. What is this? Yeah, I saw this. Jack Hainsworth sculpted my goddamn head. Look at that. It's me. I'm a Mazovian. What's the Disco Elysium? What's the Disco Elysium, Marx? Mazovian economist? Krasmazov, yeah. I need to replay Disco Elysium one of these days. I need to go like a full druggy route. I did, obviously, like most people, my first route, I was straight edge the entire time. Because the nanosecond the game started, I identified the main character as a cinnamon roll, and I wanted to protect him and make him and everyone happy. Kim Kitsuragi and him together forever, friends. So I didn't let him have any alcohol or drugs. Maybe I need to go a full like electrochemistry playthrough the next time. Olympians, thank you for the $5. Watch this video. No. Sorry, takes more than watch this video to get me to watch a video. Ah, fuck, I feel bad, I'll do it. I shouldn't, though. 2 minutes? Trump orders Republicans not support Israel or send weapons. I'll go over this in like a second. Vosh, you weak. If I watched every video I was told to in a donation, this stream would never have any segments produced from it. All right, folks. I love you all very much. You're all beautiful
That's
people.
oxygen.
Listen up, you goddamn fucking motherfucking piece of shit. Listen up, you stupid fucking whores, okay? You need to phone bank for Progressive Victory. You will phone bank. You will get the trans rep in the Alabama State House. You will make my community look good with more than 10,000 phone calls, okay? You will do it. There will be more phone calls than there are individuals in the district voting for her, all right? You are going to vote. You are going to call people to vote multiple times. Every Alabaman, 20 calls, 20 phone calls every Alabaman. You will be calling dead phone lines. You will be calling restaurants. You will call and you will hear from the other end, "Hello, Papa John's, how can I take your order?" And you will say, "Vote for this fucking bitch, or I swear to God, I will not order your pizza." All right? That's what you're going to do. Good job. Good job, team.
I forgot where the dioxide cloud was. I should have left the base there.
It leads to
God damn
I
it.
need a better lens. I'll see what I can do.
Man, I'm going home.
All right, goodbye. Congrats on 1,100 streams, Vosh. Sake, thanks for 5 T1 subs. Really? Well, it's not the stream VOD counter isn't a perfect indication because there are streams that have been removed a few times for like copyright or whatever. But it's pretty close. Probably removed 10 in total in the entire time I've been doing this, so maybe, you know, we're in the ballpark. Still alive. Unfortunately, I don't play games with my friends. I haven't played games with friends in so long. It's just, it's a habit I fell out of that I always kind of regretted not getting back into, but, you know. All right, I'm gonna send you guys over somewhere, and I don't know where to send you. Who should I host? No, really, who should I host? I see the H3 podcast is streaming. Is it? Are they?
Oh, that's what I do with these.
Chris Ray Gun?
I destroy it.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna host Chris Ray Gun. I like Chris Ray Gun. I like CRG. All right, go on over there. He's playing Halo Infinite, okay? Go on over there and don't bother him about politics. Unless you can get him to phone ban by going to progress.win/Vosh-Mike. We need more than 10K calls, motherfuckers. We have 1 week! Where's the Chris Ray Gun button? I don't think I have a Chris Ray Gun button. Guess I'll have to type it in myself. Chris host Twitch. Chris Ray Gun.
Nice. Okay. I go home now.
I heard a rumor you might be having some trouble with this Palestine. Maybe I can fix it up? Look, I'm wearing a mechanic shirt. Isn't that cute? I found it at a thrift store. It's a little Coca-Cola vending machine mechanic shirt. Does it say Coca-Cola? Yeah. I think it's very nice looking, Vosh. Thank you, Mistress Lynn. I appreciate that. I'm so hard at the Vosh residence. Listen, okay, I'm signaling
Welcome
my
along.
working class allegiance. Thank you very much.
We got
Thank you,
weed
thank
in
you,
the
thank you.
warehouse. Take as much as you like.
You see Shark Talk to Walsh? No, I have not. But I will. You look like you'd take my daughter back home before 8. Thank you. Projecting a lot of trustworthiness here. Look how stiff this collar is, dude. Holy shit. This shirt is from like the 80s or something. Oh my god. What the fuck is up? How, why were the collars so stiff back then? Thanks, Botland Sunshine. People are always linking me shit. Oh, thank you, Sylvian Socialist. Unbutton the collar, Vosh? No, this should be buttoned. I can't button the last one though. My neck is too thick. I'm neck flexing on the neck cells of the 1980s.
The neck cells.
Just die? Yeah. Vosh, are you in shorts? You know it. If this was authentic, I would be wearing like gray pleated shorts that I have this tucked into, because that's like the ultimate like 50s, you know, good boy milkman. I don't know what like aesthetic I'm combining in my head right now. The shorts don't match, do they? What do you think? What do you think? Drip God? Thank you, Harris. Drip God. Walking around downtown Seattle in the rain with 50 degrees out in linen shorts and a 50-year-old Coca-Cola mechanic shirt. That's not the Vegeta. Bro, you don't... The Vegeta hairline isn't just having a fucking widow's peak, okay? The hair has to recede here for it to be the Vegeta hairline. It's just a fucking widow's peak. Lots of guys have widow's peaks. What the fuck? Artemy. Benjamin, I saw when you emailed me. I saw the first time you said it. Thank you. Shorts do not match. I'm streaming. Yeah, I wore the beanie for an extra long time today, Matheldu. You should just turn links off for the first 15 minutes of stream. I should! Literally, yeah. I should only enable them after, like, a little bit. You're completely right, yeah. Because I want to, like, talk to stream, be like, how's everyone's day going? And then it's just, like, a fucking bevel of links, you know? Artemy! Ooh. Ooh. I was watching stuff downstairs with, the roomies the other day, and I was in a big beanbag, and Ruben slept next to me for like an hour and a half the entire time. He was sleeping on his back, so he was just like belly up with both of his paws up like this, and he just slept like that like for an hour. And he got woken up like 20 times because we were watching stuff at the TV, and every time he'd wake up, he would just do a big stretch and then fall asleep again in a slightly different position. So fucking good. Hey Vosh, I'm finally playing Outer Wilds, but in VR. Holy shit, what an experience. Yeah, I've never played VR, but Outer Wilds is the fucking bomb. So yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I took your advice and went to the gym. I feel so good at myself. Nice! I'm committing time theft at work by watching this. Hope you're proud. Proletarian God. Well done. Well done. I turned in my macro fungi collection from my ecology class today. Nice. Mushrooms are pretty dope, yo. Mushrooms are really cool, you know? I think that, like, a fungal aesthetic, just in general, is really, really good. I think it's just a really good aesthetic in general. Furman shows up to agree. Yes, true. It's all I do. Vosh and company time is right. True! Fungal? Yeah, like mushrooms and stuff. Mushrooms are really cool. Look at the weed I grew. Is this real? Did you actually grow this? What the fuck? Is this real? I don't know enough about weed to know if this is real or not. This looks like it would kill you. It's beautiful? Yeah, it is. That's Zaza. Kill your ego, at least. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a colored light in it. I've not finished the Baki anime. Are you a classic Coke, cherry Coke, or vanilla Coke boy? I drink water. Oh, man. I've been having the worst coffee for the past week because I normally have coffee with a bit of creamer and a bit of milk. And the creamer that I got in my last order, they subbed in sugar-free creamer. Why do they even make sugar-free creamer? What? So anyway, like, that's what I've had to make my coffee with. And the milk hasn't even been good. It's just like regular milk. It's not even like high-quality milk. So the coffee's been shit. But I finally got my preferred creamer, and I got some nice half and half. And I had a good coffee this morning, like an actual good coffee. I'm so much happier now. Oh my god, such an improvement. What is creamer? Creamer, like you never had creamer? Like they give it to you at the diner with the coffee shop? It's like sugary half and half, like it's fat and sugar. But why both creamer and milk? Because I only put a little bit in of both, like mixing it. Like I don't even put a tablespoon in. I like just a little bit of both because I think the mix tastes better. If it's all creamer, I think it's too sweet. But if I put in so little creamer that it's not too sweet, I want there to be more like creaminess. So I try to mix it up a little. Just drink tea like a British person? I don't like tea. You drink coffee with Adderall? If only I could get Adderall. No, I drink coffee with 5 Hour Energy and Adderall. Half and half is better than any creamer. Yeah, but it's not that sweet. Did you ever watch the Cyberpunk anime? Yes. Oh, I was playing Cyberpunk the other day, and I found the side job where you pick up a headset, and it just starts playing the fucking Cyberpunk anime. That was a whiplash. I pick it up, I'm like, alright, what are we doing here? What mystery are we gonna solve? And then I see the fucking giant cyber psycho from the beginning murking a bunch of cops. Yeah, they must have added that in after in like a patch. And then afterwards it's like, yo, who's this choom called David Sensei with the fucking name of the guy or whatever, like, you know. So that's kind of cool, I guess. Just started playing Disco Elysium and it's way funnier than I thought it'd be. It's like the funniest game ever made. It's really, really good. Has the Cyberpunk game been glitching at all? Nah, not really. There have been a couple of times that cars have disappeared for a second and I can see the people inside them doing like this. But that's only happened like 3 times in 25 hours of gameplay, which, whatever. And 1 time an enemy fell through the floor. That's not that bad. For a game of this complexity, 25 hours? Eh. So it has been glitching? Yeah, but glitches happen in basically all big 3D open world games. I don't think I've ever played a big open 3D game that didn't have some kind of glitch. It happened in Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, it's happened in all of them. You gonna play Mario Wonder? Absolutely. Yeah. Did you play Starfield? No, and I never will. Is the game better than Witcher 3? I don't know, I haven't finished it yet. Witcher 3 is really good. The main thing that might pull Cyberpunk ahead is that Witcher 3's combat is not interesting. the thing that's interesting about Witcher 3 is basically everything but the mechanical act of playing the game. Like, the board game is really fun, Gwent. The story, the plot, the writing, the character, all that shit is really fun. But actually, like, fighting is, like, pretty boring. The fighting in those games is just not that interesting. It would have been a lot better if there had been, like, more, I guess, player control over the combat. Whereas in Cyberpunk, the combat's actually pretty fun. So, you know. Bosch, how do you balance a heavy workload while actually playing new games that come out? Not sleeping. Why? I've been late to stream a couple times in the past week. It's a consequence of this. So, you know. What kind of build are you using in 2077? Cool. I'm cool. I'm cool.
Yeah, the cool build. It's the fucking best. Get that stealth.
Are you saying the game where you play a monster hunter is bad at the monster hunting? Can we be real? Like, 5% of The Witcher 3 is about monster hunting. Fuck, 5% of The Witcher books are about monster hunting. Like, that may be his job title, but the vast majority of the books and games are political intrigue and flirting with extremely dangerous women. That's what Witcher is about, okay? The Witcher, on the cover, The Witcher is about monster hunting. In the book itself and the actual content, it's about politics and flirting with dangerous women. And that's actually the meat of the content of material. And that's how I like it. That's fine. Ah, so it's adventure time. You know? Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Did you play Heart of Stone? Yes, I played Heart of Stone. You played Silent Hill 2? No, I have not. I've always wanted to, but it's just one of those things where it's been so, like, foundational that I've never really gotten back to it. Do you like Keanu Reeves? In Cyberpunk, I've reached the point where you see Keanu Reeves, like, where he starts showing up. And I think it's really funny that he plays a fucking asshole, because Keanu Reeves is supposed to be, like, really nice in person, and that's what I associate with him. So, in-game, he's, like, a giant dick. And it's the juxtaposition is pretty funny. I like it a lot. It's also really cool seeing Keanu Reeves act, because, like, the whole meme with Keanu Reeves is that ever since, like, the mid-90s, motherfucker forgot to act. Like, that's the reason he played Neo, right? It's because, like, him, like, not being able to emote at all was kind of, like, character relevant. But he's doing plenty of vocal emoting in the, as Johnny Silverhands, so. I guess it's just, like, how much.
What the fuck are you doing in my house?
I don't know.
Want the nutrition?
Did you get Phantom Liberty? I'm just playing the base game for now.
Get the fuck out of here. Trying to shit on my food. Eat my bungles. Give me those pearls. Open that pussy up.
I haven't seen impressive cock yet. I'm sorry.
Open those pussy pearl lips.
I don't know. Artemy, what the fuck, Artemy? God, I wish I could turn the camera down. You look dead. What do you do? He wants attention so badly. What are you doing? Unironically. Dude, right here. He's staring at me now because he's gotten the attention. What? He's purring. He's right here. I'm gonna scoop. Scoop. You happy? He's a bazooka. Don't claw. Artemy, this chair doesn't have a back to it. You can't. Ow. Allie might have just clawed up the shirt. Good thing it's a mechanic shirt. Yeah, it suits the aesthetic. All right.
Liz 12 hours. A cycler gets some money, turn in the nanites, and upgrade the Nautiloid exocraft.
Okay, we got a lot of content to get to, so let's get to it. He's just sitting. He's just sitting on the crinkly leaf. Can you go over the 556 ammo shortage and the panic buying? Is there a 556 ammo shortage? 556 ammo buy, in stock 556 ammunition. What does it cost? 40 cents per. Is that too much? How much does it normally cost? Am I like misremembering? That's a lot. Is it normally like 25? I haven't bought 556 in a while. I forget what it's supposed to be.
7 million. Holy shit. It's one of the best ways of getting units in a game.
Whatever, I'm sure it's fine. ammo prices go up literally every time there's like any world news. You know? Alright. Okay. First, we check. How is the House Republican Speaker vote going for? Jim Jordan fails on second House Speaker's ballot. Nice. But by how much did he fail? Oh no! He got 2 more against him in total. Altogether, 22 Republicans voted against Jordan as 4 more Republicans voted against him, and he picked up 2 Republicans. Okay, so he gained 2, lost 4. Oh no! Oh no! Some Republicans, including 2 former GOP House Speakers, on Wednesday indicated they want the lower chamber to increase the power of Rep. Patrick McKinney, the Speaker pro tempore. One key Republican source texted CBS News after the vote that, quote, all roads lead to McHenry. But any effort to empower McHenry would likely require support from House Democrats. House Democrats on Wednesday uniformly voted for their leader, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Do not break the line. All Democrats, listen, okay? If you are in line to vote, stay in line. Hold. We need to hodl, okay? We need diamond hands in the lower house, all right? We need diamond-handed Dem reps, okay? No paper hand bitches in here. Looks like Jim Jordan's GOP opposition is holding strong. GOP House member opposed Jim Jordan told me opposition to his candidacy will grow, especially if it goes to a 3rd round, potentially 25 Rs voting against him. The opposition is organized, we're in tight comms, unified and growing, the member said. How much can I trust this? Chief Congressional Correspondent, CNN. Okay, yeah, that's a pretty trustworthy source. Can I trust this information? Checks bio. The guy whose job it is to know this. Okay. Yeah, all right. Sure. Nice. Cool. Jim Jordan forgot his Discord kittens. Yeah, tragically for him, he forgot that many of the House Republicans actually attended Ohio University and were victimized by the people that he overlooked. So it's really coming back to bite him now. Yeah.
You have my
well,
ship.
Well, that's good. We really don't want Jim Jordan to be the House leader. Jim Jordan is significantly to the right of Kevin McCarthy. He would be far
It's a
worse
piece
for
of
America.
shit. Knock off.
You know, he would hold like government funding bills hostage, contingent on the condition that Democrats vote for a funding bill that would, I don't know, ban being transgender or whatever. Fucking terrible, you know. Is Jordan the type of person who is so dumb he'd vote for another person? No, he'll vote for himself until he's no longer in the running, I guess. Who will they back next, though? I don't know. The government shutdown looms. Everyone remember. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a Fox News clip of people mauling. I do love those. I love to see them mauled. Fox News is in such a weird position.
How can I summon my ship at the space station?
Just a sec. Fox. But with these dead live streams, that's my thing.
Chad Pergram, our congressional correspondent, is standing by. As we now know, end of roll call. 22 House Republicans voted against Jim Jordan, 4 new no votes. Only one.
What happens with the shutdown? I don't know why I'd be concerned. Because the federal government shuts down. They're no longer able to pay their employees or keep their doors open. It basically means that every federal agency, service, and employee, not every, but most, get paused, which causes serious logistical issues with the running of this government.
I had multiple ships at the space station once, though.
Will win the speakership on this second vote. What can you tell us, Chad?
Well, Patrick McHenry just slammed the gavel there, so this vote is closed. I'm going to read you the vote totals right now. There were 433 ballots cast total. Jordan secured 199, Hakeem Jeffries 212. So it's significant here that Jim Jordan lost a lot of votes here. He came under that psychologically important threshold of 200 votes in the House of Representatives. There were several members who voted for Jim Jordan yesterday.
Wait, what the fuck is this? Jim Jordan supporters are now sending threats to the wives of Republicans who oppose him? Talk to your husband, tell him to step up and be a leader and help the Republican Party get a speaker. There's too much going on in the world for all this.
Might have been just a glitch.
Then turn around, take 20 steps backward. No wonder our party ends up keep getting screwed over. Why is your husband causing chaos by not supporting Jim Jordan? I thought he was a team player. Your husband will not hold any political office ever again. What a disappointment and failure he is. What, dude? Is this real? How fucking desperate? Bacon tells me his wife even received multiple anonymous emails and texts from people over the past few days with the implied message, vote Jordan or be booted. Here's a few she received. If this is real, that's incredibly fucking funny. The level of desperation. Bacon!
Voted who voted for other people to
Darby! No!
Oh, I forgot to go to the space anomaly.
Marionette Miller Meeks from Iowa, Pete Stauber. You had Vern Buchanan. They supported Jim Jordan the other day, and they went in the other direction. If you heard the buzzers going off behind me,
I'm going to build another platform, too, for multiple ships.
We don't know what is going to happen next, but what has been emerging as a narrative...
I think we should go by simple, I think we should go just by whoever has the most votes. I think Jeffries should be the one. The fact that there are still people who are voting Scalise and McCarthy is really fucking funny. These people are really aggressive holdouts here because nobody actually believes Scalise or McCarthy are going to step back up again.
Here on Capitol Hill is that they might try, in fact, to adopt a resolution here to empower Patrick McHenry as the Speaker pro tem.
Okay, so maybe Patrick McHenry might be the next fucking guy they put up there. Whatever, dude. Just run them all through. Just cycle through every single American.
Again, he has those powers right now. The question here on Capitol Hill is whether or not he can execute any more than presiding over Speaker's votes and gaveling the House in and out every day. But that might be what they try to do next as they try to kind of unscramble the egg on Capitol Hill. Sandra?
What's next then, Chad?
This guy doesn't look like a Chad to me. Throwback to yesterday when we got this brilliant hot mic moment on Fox News after the first vote failed.
Gordon. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. Jordan. Bacon. McCarthy.
Dumbass.
Jordan.
I can't get over how not quiet it is. Just like fucker leaned into the mic for that one, you know? Oh my god.
Dumbass.
Spat that one out. You know that one came from the heart. That was not an errant comment. Yeah, it's so loud and he thought about it so much. You know, he had 10 seconds to chew that over. God, that's funny. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Holy shit, this thing is fucking huge.
Clear. I mean, we don't know if Jim Jordan wants to run again. We don't know if the House will come back and try to vote again. We don't
Damn,
know
it looks sexy too.
They would put a resolution on the floor to potentially
Get over here.
empower.
Relentless.
Here I have a
Shit.
question and the speaker thing. Only a person that holds a seat in the House can become speaker, right? Nope. Any American can become Speaker of the House.
All right, welcome.
Traditionally, someone who's an elected representative, but it could be anyone.
Nice.
Would the best realistic outcome be a rhino speaker for Dems? Yeah, the best realistic out. So there are two outcomes that I would consider like good, that are even slightly capable of happening. One of them is that somehow they managed to get half a dozen Republicans to vote for Hakeem Jeffries in a protest vote. This is extremely unlikely because the Republicans that vote for Hakeem Jeffries would be promptly assassinated by MAGA voters. So, and they know that, so they're probably not going to do it. But that would be the best case scenario for two reasons. The second best case scenario would be like, a rhino, a rhino rep. Basically, they get like the most innocuous neocon Bush era conservative who the Republican Party hates, but Democrats are willing to back purely to fuck over the GOP.
Oh, so this
like it would be
so
like,
this replaces
it would be
the
like getting like Gemma,
auto
or
launch
like,
pad charge. Okay.
Like a
boost
Mitch
15%
McConnell, no, not Mitch
maneuverability.
McConnell,
11.
Who am I blanking on right now? He ran in 2012. Why am I forgetting? He's like a mega rhino. Mitt Romney. Thank you. I was blanking on. Yeah, like a Mitt Romney type. Like if he got 10 Republican votes and then every Dem voted for him too, out of spite, and then they have like a Republican nobody likes up there, that would be very funny as well. And it would be funny enough that I would like it, you know. I would be okay with that. Yeah, bring back Magic Undies Mitt, okay? We need his Magic Undies up there, behind the podium. Could Trump be speaker and president? Anyone can be speaker. If they're American. Wait, do they even have to be American? I don't know, man. Probably, but like the rules are so fucking loose with House Speaker, honestly. Just get like Habib. Just some guy from Iran to be speaker. Yeah, wait, hold on. Do they have to be human? Could we get an Air Bud situation going on here? Are there any official rules that say that a dog could not be House Speaker? It ain't in the rules. Yeah, we gotta get Artemy to get up there. No rule officially bans it. Alright. Guys, we have had the craziest fucking 24 hours of news with the hospital bombing. So last night while streaming, I went over all the evidence because I'm an investigative journalist. And my definitive conclusion was that I didn't know, but it was probably Israel. And it turns out that a massive wrench has been thrown in that narrative. Okay. So I feel like I can't really summarize all of this in the most comedic way possible without spending 2 hours on it. But like the basic gist of it is this, okay? Israel, as we know, the IDF loves bombing civilians. Like that's what they get out of bed for. So the IDF loves bombing civilians, has already bombed hospitals, is currently bombing Gaza, and issued warnings to evacuate the area, like with the hospital in it, and then a bomb hits the hospital. And the bomb appeared to be much stronger than what Hamas normally uses. Who could have done this? We saw a video of the bombing, and that missile came in hot, like real hot, you know? Looked pretty deliberate, okay? And then, like, the counterfactuals start coming out. Like, who's actually responsible? Because the counter argument is this wasn't Israel directly targeting a hospital, killing 500 people. The argument was it was a missile fired by the Islamic Authority, and one of the missiles had misfired. And after misfiring, the motor fucked up, and the missile then came crashing down and perfectly hit the hospital. So, on the face of things, how unlikely is that explanation next to Israel bombed it? Like, you know, again, Israel loves bombing civilians, has already bombed hospitals, currently bombing Gaza, warned about the area. It was, the missile looked like it was an Israeli missile, didn't look like some little bottle rocket from Hamas. And then it's like, no, actually, like, one of their missiles was really big, but it misfired, and like, okay, right. However, more stuff happened, okay? So there were alleged posts that the Israeli government, the IDF, had taken credit for the bombing, but then quickly retracted when they saw the civilian casualties. That turned out to be false. It turns out that an Arabic language fan IDF spokesperson account reported the strike as being credited to Israel, and that got repeated by IDF sources, but the original source was illegitimate. Basically, IDF officials were so quick to claim credit for destroying terrorists in a hospital that they didn't fact check their own organization's claims. So, okay. All right. Also, the Israeli Twitter account itself immediately tried to rebuke the accusation that they had bombed the hospital by posting a refutation which included video footage that was of the wrong time. They posted fake video footage. The video footage they posted was after the actual strike at the hospital. Then they quickly edited it and deleted the videos, leaving only the text explanation. Okay. So, like, this seems like the most obvious Israel did it thing in the universe, right? Okay, so, more information has come out, and some of it's very funny. And, again, Fog of War, I don't know what to believe, like, I can't prove objectively real, whatever, but, like, this is my impressions, okay? So, number one, this is the funniest piece of evidence by far, okay? In order to prove their version of the story, Israel's version, that what had actually happened was that a Islamic Authority rocket had misfired and careened down into the hospital, they released, no shit, what is allegedly an audio recording of two Hamas operatives casually discussing how it was their fault, actually. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Please look at this.
زي هيك والشظايا بقول لك اول مره بنشوف الصاروخ زي هيك والشظايا هذه فبقول لك تبع الجهاد.
Oh, sorry, Islamic Jihad, not Islamic Authority.
صواريخ الجهاد الاسلامي. ايه فهم بيقولوا تعاون الجهاد الاسلامي.
So, just hours after the strike, we have crisp, clean audio of two Hamas dudes on the phone being like, boy, that sure was our fault, actually, haha. They are saying that the missile that struck the hospital is not Israeli missile, but is in fact the missile of the Islamic Jihad organization.
سبحان الله من عندنا رجاج غريب جسدي. عاد هذول متفرقين من المقدرة الورا دي ثلاث حاطين.
And then they go on to, over trackable comm lines, talk about the location from which those missiles were fired.
الورا دي ثلاث حاطين. ايش بتلاقيهم طالعين من المقبرة الورا المستشفى المعمداني دي باللي هو كسر ونزل عليه.
This is stupid henchman shit. Yeah, this is like Batman goons. This is like when you're sneaking into a warehouse and you look down at the scaffolding and there are two guys with flat caps going like, the boss said that we should be keeping the hostages in the back room. 2 doors on the left after you turn around. No friggin' way. That's where we're keeping the hostages. Like, that's the level that we're operating on here. I don't believe this for a fucking second. Quick question. If Israel is capable of looking into Hamas comms this well, how the fuck did Hamas surprise them with that attack a week ago? Seriously. Crisp, clean audio. Or are you telling me that Hamas normally operates on extremely secure lines and then for some reason this conversation was just had like on a cell phone? Yeah, okay, I don't believe this at all. Like not even slightly, not even a little bit. I think that shit's fake. There are people who are saying that it's not, the right accents. Obviously, I don't know. I have no clue. That anyone could say that, you know, I have no fucking idea what a Gaza accent sounds like. So, the evidence is mounting. It's definitely Israel, right? But wait. There's one more piece of evidence. Actually, 2 more pieces of evidence that throw this entire thing up in the air. Like, just skyrocket this shit into the stratosphere, okay? So to be clear, everything that I've said so far, I completely believe. I think that audio call is fake. I don't believe in shit for a fucking nanosecond, okay? However, there are 2 pieces of evidence that make the Gaza Authority look really, really bad here, okay? So number 1, and I can't show this, okay? I can't show this on stream because it's TOS, okay? But this happened apparently right after I ended stream, so I didn't get to go over it last stream, but it happened right after I ended stream. And the hospital reps at the site that was struck by the missile had a like a press announcement where a couple of the doctors were standing in front of the podium, and surrounded like around them were dead bodies. There was a guy cradling the dead body of an infant right in front of the podium, and there were bodies slumped all around them. Now, I don't mean to sound disrespectful. Like, those are dead bodies. That was a dead baby. You know, that's really sad. However, that is the most callous, fake bullshit I've ever seen in my life. Not the dead bodies. Those looked real. What was fake was, I don't think a hospital org would do that. Like, that's propaganda shit right there. You know? The idea of doctors whose jobs, like Hippocratic Oath, our job is to save lives, being like, let's pile up some bodies around this podium to make our little press statement look really, really bad. That looks suspicious, because now it looks like you're stomping on the scales a little bit, going like, here, let's like present any information we can in any way possible to like skew how people perceive this. If 500 people are dead, if that's the claimed death toll, like, why would you need to do that? You know? Like, there will be reporters there. There will be like 500 dead people. You can't dig that many graves in that amount of time. Like, you don't need to oversell the case. So the fact that they were overselling it, you know what I mean? It's the same thing that Israel did. Remember when Hamas did kill a bunch of people in Israel, and then the Israeli Twitter account is putting out ads where it's like these extremely like disgusting gonzo shots of like blood splattered in a residential home, and it's like, this was a baby, you know? And it's like, I know babies died, I get that, but why the fuck are you presenting it that way? Again, look at Ukraine. Ukraine has suffered way more casualties than Israel or Hamas because of the size of the war, and Ukraine isn't like posting 24/7 fucking like yellow journalism, like blood splattered on the floor shots, because it's ghoulish and garish, and it oversells the point, and it makes it look manipulative, and so on and so forth. So yeah, again, I can't show it because YouTube TOS, but you can go look for it. You can just go look up the hospital, and then like press conference or like announcement or something, and they just slumped a bunch of bodies together right around the podium. That's really weird, okay? But then the biggest piece of evidence that really makes the Gaza Authority, Hamas, look really, really bad here is this, okay? We got drone footage of the actual strike. Now, I saw multiple times the video of the strike in the hospital, and that shit was a big boom. I mean, that was a big enough boom that there was early speculation that an ammo depot, Hamas, had been struck. I mean, that was like a big fireball that erupted in the night, you know? However, if we take a look right here, like, there we go. If we take a look right here, you might notice, let me mute it, something interesting. Where's the crater? The missile struck here in the parking lot, and the damage of the missile strike on the parking lot seems to be like 3 totaled cars and a bunch of charring. The strike damage could not have killed 500 people. Flat out, not, like, it's not possible. Maybe if the Palestinians had concentrated 500 people into a small cube right here, in which case this entire area would be red. It is not possible. What is this? This is drone footage of the exact place where the missile struck. Now, JDAM missiles, the ones that we initially thought Israel had fired here, do not leave craters this small, okay? JDAM craters are big. Like, big. They're big, you know? So you're telling me 500 dead from a strike that hit a parking lot, and this was the crater left? What's going on here? Well, one potential explanation that still implicates Israel is that this was another type of bomb, not a JDAM. Maybe it was done in an airburst. Maybe there was some kind of, it was like a high flame, high shockwave, low structural damage bomb. That is not likely. First of all, it wasn't an airburst. We saw the explosion. Like, we saw the verified explosion. You know? Like, we saw that. So, unless by airburst we mean like 2 feet above the ground. Like, no. JDAMs are bomb, not missiles. Sorry, bombs. So, I don't believe that. If it was a different type of bomb or missile or whatever, if it was a different type of explosive, again, this begs the question. How did this kill 500 people? Again, if there were truly 500 dead, this whole area would be red mist. This is less than 24 hours after the explosion. It is not humanly possible to clean up the amount of human debris that would be present after 500 people got murked by an explosion not even significant enough to really dent the parking lot? Are you telling me then that like somehow it like torched the inside of the hospital without doing much to the parking lot? Well, how? I mean, you can see here, look, even these two cars right over here are barely scorched. Look like you could drive them right around, you know? Even the tiling over here, there's tiling that's missing on this portion of the roof, which is directly facing the site of the explosion, but the tiling that's facing even slightly away, minimal damage. Vosh, the entire hospital caught fire? I have not seen that. Also, if that's the case, where's the charring? Are you telling me that is the charring? That's the charring? Where's the charring? Is that the charring? No. Having seen that and some other pictures of the site, I do not think the 500 dead number is correct. Keep in mind that number was issued before the possibility of any external verification. Between that and the really weird propagandistic number reporting from the hospital authority, I feel like they're throwing people for a loop here. Here's a pic of a JDAM explosion. Yeah, the fireball that we saw in the video didn't quite look like this either, but it was pretty big. Maybe this isn't the spot. Nope, that spot is verified. The hospital's location isn't a mystery. Other people have had enough time to get in there. We know for a fact that that was it. Could that have been the fuel in the cars? I can't speculate on the specific nature of the fireball because I'm not God. However, I do not buy the 500 number. I just don't. I don't. And if the 500 number is a lie, which I believe that it is, because look at this. Like, again, if 500 people had died from this, there would be red everywhere. Like, you would have to have people laid out in the parking lot.
Hit up
space. Because that's
space.
possible. It could have been 500 people if they were laid out like in the parking lot in a triage, like really, really, really packed together. But if that's the case, there would be red everywhere. Everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. There's no way to
This thing's
avoid it.
got
And why would they
really
include it
good
at all? It's good PR
control.
for them, you know? So
Did I
it
put
looks
the
like
control
basically
unit
no
on
one was
it?
in the parking lot. How
No,
do we know
I
there was
didn't.
only one rocket?
It's
Because
got
we saw
really
the
good
video of the rockets,
handles. Yeah, look
Can
at
you
this
show the explosion?
maneuverability.
Somebody link the explosion video, the one that takes place behind the chain link fence. What would Gaza gain about
God
lying about
damn.
this? Is that a joke? Overstating their own casualties makes Israel look worse. Wouldn't it vaporize the blood if it melts cars? No. So what you're saying is that this was Gaza? I don't know whether or not the explosion was the Islamic Jihad group or
Let's hit up the space
Israel.
anomaly.
What I do know, or at least very strongly believe, is that the hospital lied about the casualties.
Man, this
I
thing is
believe
fresh.
that very strongly, more strongly than I believe anything else. There's the explosion, right there. This is confirmed. This has been confirmed by independent organizations. That is a big boom. Like, that's a big boom. As a matter of fact, I don't think that boom could really be caused by the fuel in the cars. Like, listen to it. Came in very fast, one big explosion, one plume of fire.
I'm gonna buy
you know,
every
I don't think it was
single
an MO
upgrade
depot.
available,
And I don't think it was like
just to
a
make
chain of
sure I
car
have
explosions or
everything.
whatever.
So
I
when I
don't really
craft,
know
I know I don't
what
have to
the
come
deal
back here.
was with the initial explosion, but I do absolutely believe that the hospital lied
Alright.
about its casualties.
I'm not going there just yet. Multi-tool.
So that's not good.
I'm good on the multi-tool stuff.
Maybe a
I
gas
don't
line
need to check
blew.
you.
Let's
Let's assume that I got
whatever. No,
everything.
so leave one point
Starship
behind. Okay, leave
research.
the explosion behind. There is no way that killed 500 people. Zero chance. Okay.
Pretty much
the only
everything.
possible
I'll get it,
explanation
I'll
for
get it.
500 people dead is if there was some like weird secondary thing that killed 500 people. Like if it collapsed a part of a building and a bunch of people like got fallen in, or like something like that, or there was a big fire. But neither of those were attributed to the 500 deaths. The 500 deaths were stated to have been a product of the strike. And they
Bro,
would have
stop
mentioned,
kicking
like,
me out
a
of
collapsed
the
building
menu.
on
I just wanna
fire, and
buy
we
everything.
See evidence of
Fuck.
it otherwise.
You don't
because
like
collapsed
money?
buildings and buildings that are on fire both leave evidence to it. So
There you go. Fuck
they
off.
lied about the number dead. The question is why. The answer to why is obvious, because it makes Israel look bad. But that leads to another question. How much have they been lying about their casualty counts in the past? See, I don't like to question orgs' casualty counts because A, how do I know? And B, that's kind of ghoulish, you know? Could Israel have lied about how many people Hamas killed? I mean, I guess they could technically, but that's pretty easy for people to double check and verify, you know?
Excuse me.
And like, why would I challenge that assertion? Like, what do I have to gain, and how could I even make the claim, right? You know, like, there's no point. Could Gaza, could you know, the people of Palestine, could they lie
Living
about their
glass.
casualties? They could, and they could get away with it easier too, because a lot of the people in Gaza are kind of stateless individuals. They're not like their existence is not officially codified into record the way that Israeli citizens are. It's not like every member of the Palestinian, you know, it's not like every person in Gaza has like a social security number to check up or whatever.
Everything
so
here.
there are invisible people that you could just kind of gesture at and say, yeah,
I'll get
you
the
know,
multi-tool
people
shit.
died. But 500 is such a massive overstatement that it makes me wonder if Hamas pressured the hospital authority to over-report that number. That would be really unfortunate, because at that point then it pretty much throws into doubt like every casualty number ever reported from Gaza. Now, a lot of the casualties that have happened in Gaza have been double-checked and verified by the variety of organizations that are present on the ground there, whether it be the United Nations or whether it be any number of like journalistic organizations. For the most part, casualties are pretty easy to verify because you've got dudes
Got
with
every
microphones
single
on the ground
one.
who go and check, and they're there.
Starship,
you
got
have
every
processes
single
for
one.
determining the veracity of these claims. The hospital claim, 500 dead, was made in the dead of night and wasn't like checked until the next morning, because, you know, I don't think the UN wants to send an investigation team to a bomb site like at 3 a.m. You know, that sounds pretty dumb. That sounds pretty gay. So yeah, I guess like, man, I guess what I'm curious is, did the hospital staff lie independently, or did Hamas tell them to do so? Technically, the hospital operates under Hamas because Hamas is the official government of Gaza, but in practice, my understanding is that Hamas, when we talk about Hamas, we're mostly talking about the militancy group, and that there are plenty of things that ostensibly operate underneath them. And
Transsexual.
Don't
fucking chat.
literally follow like daily orders by
Went
them
to
and
a
operate
bomb
with some
site.
degree of autonomy. Much in the same way
Really?
that we have many
Wow.
hospitals in the United States that technically are part of like a state or a federal government operation, but then like their day-to-day organizations are not like top
Give me
down
your
from the
shit.
president or governor or whatever. So yeah, it really throws a lot of doubt into some of the larger claims that have been made, but most of the casualty reports have been double checked. So yeah, if this was Hamas trying to get away with an overstatement, that really hurts their cause. Like, that's really fucking bad. Obviously, none of this changes the logic of the overall
Rusty
occupation,
crab
and
stick.
Israel is still indirectly
Nice.
responsible for the bombing, literally no matter what happens, because they created the conditions that led to it. They're responsible for the overall genocide and the exodus and blah, 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 blah. So
India,
in the broader
really?
scheme of things, the overall structural and systemic causes involved here are unchanging regardless of the specific circumstances. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't talk about and comment on this stuff as it happens live, because if you can't speak on like information in the propaganda war, then you can't speak at all. And we never will know.
I get so
for
many
sure
fucking
what
nanites from
happened
this
in
guy.
many
Holy
cases, right?
shit.
You wait for official like
These
verification.
guys are a
from the
nanite
organization.
farm.
The IDF lies, and Reuters initially reported this as an Israeli
Thanks,
strike.
man.
So how do you know when the information is done being like reported? Like right now, people are saying, you know, maybe
Is
we
this
shouldn't have
my
like,
ship?
rushed to
No,
conclusions.
this isn't
well,
my
maybe
ship.
we shouldn't
This is
now. Maybe a
nice.
week from now, more info comes out. You never know. The most rational thing you can do, the biggest brain thing you could do,
Another
is just you take the evidence
S-class.
you have at the moment. You say, well, I don't know.
What you
sure,
got?
but this is what seems
14
most
out of
likely. And then as
25.
things go on, as the evidence changes,
That's
you
the same
update your
ship.
conclusions or your assertions to follow.
Best for sale.
It's literally
Yeah,
the definition
yeah,
of
yeah.
rational. So,
Why is yours more
yeah.
expensive?
I don't really know who caused the strike because, again, there's a
6.6.
lot of shit that doesn't line up with it being a misfired Islamic Jihad rocket. Like, a lot of that shit just doesn't
Get the fuck
seem
outta here.
correct
You don't
to
even
me.
have any
And
guns.
I do believe that Israel faked
Wait, what was that gun?
phone call.
Oh,
that they
you don't have any
recorded.
goddamn
But at the
fucking
same time,
photon cannon.
it's like
Piece of
objectively
shit.
undeniable that
Too bad.
500
It's the
people
same
died.
ship.
So
Vesper
you know,
thing.
that's very clear. But Vosh, I can't have an opinion on
no,
this
thanks.
until you tell me what to believe. Free
Looks
Palestine.
like shit.
that's what I believe. Could it be a
I'm gonna
half-lie
repair
thing,
that
like the
old
hospital has
ship.
counted since last week 500 deaths? If that's the case, that's still a pretty bad lie, though. You can't say
Oh, what the
500
fuck
dead
is
in a
this?
strike, and
Looks
then when
crazy.
you're probed on it, it's like,
Why aren't you
oh,
selling it
well,
for?
500 had died at this hospital, then a strike
you know, okay.
happened. You know, you can't do that shit. Yeah, I don't buy that. There you go, God. Someone's being annoying there. Man, didn't some reports say 300
Sell all my
deaths? I
shit.
don't believe 300
Check on
deaths
the
either.
farms,
But
go to sleep.
with damage like this, I struggle to believe 30. Again, I've seen some pretty grisly videos and pictures of war footage, and if more than a few people die... So first of all, oftentimes gore is caught under rubble. There's no rubble here. If people died as a result of this explosion, their remains should be splattered all over the place. I'm not trying to sound grim or edgy. How it feels like just some constant battleground, like posts random lefty shit. Wrong with having a set amount of evidence saying the evidence leads me to believe this, but it might adjust in the future. Like that's literally like the objectively rational position. These just did that. Oh yeah, I saw this. This was really funny. Sky News giving us quality content.
I'd also like you to address the question of credibility. Because frankly, the IDF has a less than perfect track record with the issue of credibility. Among other incidents, the Israeli government initially claimed that it was armed Palestinian militants who killed the journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, which we know is not true. So why should the world trust you?
Because of the importance of credibility.
Vosh, the bodies would disappear after they die and they despawn. Fuck, you're right. Gaza is like super underdeveloped. They probably don't have the processing power to render all those bodies. They would have to like despawn really quick. Yeah, that's true.
In the past, we had our
Vosh, even experts are saying it's inconclusive. Why are you taking such a hard stance right now? Why is it? I feel like every time I say I strongly believe something, but I can't know for sure, everyone acts as though I'm making a definitive claim. There's nothing wrong with having a set amount of evidence saying the evidence leads me to believe this, but it might adjust in the future. Like that's literally like the objectively rational position. You never know when all the evidence is in. That's the only way to do anything. That's all decisions are made that way. Of course, to a point, everything is inconclusive. You never know if there's going to be some turnaround 20-year later expose on how something or another was different. The only thing right now that I'm really, really confident on is that the body count is just not true. I'm sorry, dude. It's been long enough that they've literally had like drones and investigators at the hospital. If there are 500 bodies, where are the bodies? The bodies are physical. They don't actually despawn. That donation was a joke. There would have been people there who they could see the bodies. Where are the bodies? Like 500 bodies? That's a lot of bodies. In the rubble? Is there rubble, by the way? No. They despawned, you idiot.
Ourselves were fast to go to conclusions. This is why in this event we took the time. It took us more than 5 hours. We wanted to double check everything.
I'd also like you to address the question of credibility. Because frankly, the IDF has a less than perfect track record with the issue of credibility. Among other incidents, the Israeli government initially claimed that it was armed Palestinian militants.
Oh wait, replay. Yeah, basically he's like, I know we've lied in the past, but we super duper wouldn't this time. Maybe they didn't lie. Maybe they're lying reflexively, even though they're right generally. Fuck, I don't know. The bodies have been turned into candy by Majin Buu. Oh shit. Do you think maybe the bodies pulled a Cyberpunk 2077 and they glitched through the ground? You know? So you couldn't get the loot? The subreddit is at 4 times traffic again. Yeah, I actually tried to restrict the subreddit last night and then it wouldn't let me. Because I don't moderate enough, even though I'm the owner of the subreddit. What the fuck is up with Reddit, dude? What the fuck? So annoying. Restrict, like so people can't post or whatever, because like holy shit, I looked through some of those threads and it's actually like the threat is literally like the fucking #1 national priority of Mossad or whatever. Oh my God, Israel is dedicating 50% of its GDP to IDF and the other 50% to ruining my subreddit. Holy shit. You sure I can do that now?
Damn, the maneuverability is so
no, I
good.
wanted to do it. I wanted to press the button. No, it's not fun unless I can press the button. Isn't your subreddit full of VGGers? No. Nobody who watches my stream goes in my subreddit. And vice versa. It would make Thana and Herbert's life easier. Fine, yeah. You can restrict it. No posts, no comments. Until I fuck with it. Yeah, there was like no structural damage to the hospital, man. Look at that. It's like light charring. Like the concrete, the parking lot has been subjected to a light sort of barbecuing.
Yeah, damn, this ship is fucking fast. Holy shit. Does it have good speed too? Damage, shield, hyperdrive range, maneuverability.
Right in front of it. He's sleeping.
This thing's fucking
he's snoring.
fast. God damn.
He's got his head tilted downward so I can just see the underside of his lips, you know, so he's got like the little cat face, the little 3. He's so cute. Bone pick, please.
God damn it. Oh, the fucking pole is destroying me.
Like that. Flashbang took him out. He's dead. Okay, moving on. Is this real? Russia threatens its World of Tanks players with treason charges, 12 to 20 years for purchasing a themed bundle? What? Can somebody explain to me if this is real? I can't read French. I guess World of Tanks is doing like a Ukraine-themed cosmetic bundle, and Russia is saying that it's treason for you to buy it or something? Is that real? Hold on. World of Tanks. Ukraine. Here we go. Roll out for Ukraine. Hello, this is a big one for us as a company, as a team. Oh, that's nice. I thought World of Tanks had Russian devs, or am I thinking of War Thunder? Hold on one second. What a new tissue. It's War Thunder. War Thunder is owned by a Russian oligarch. I remember back when I played War Thunder that people would always say that the Russian tanks were overpowered for their relative like BR tiers because the like Russian shills who make the game would do that, you know? Because I think at the highest tiers, the modern Russian tanks and the modern American tanks are both like on equal footing and strength which is like ridiculous, you know? You can't be like, oh yeah, modern Abrams and like a T-14 are equal. Like, that's insane, you know? This is one of the reasons why you keep hearing about War Thunder players leaking technical documents and like committing treason or whatever. It's because they're very particular about the, you know. So can I get like a translation on this? Like.
At Wargaming, we've always been passionate about games and fun. Our battle vehicles are just pixels on the screen. But when tanks, ships, and planes started firing in real life, we decided to act and help.
What is this AI voice ass motherfucker?
As the war is going on in Ukraine, we want to continue our support. Today, we're launching our biggest charity project, Wargaming United. We're uniting our games and players worldwide to support the Ukrainian people.
The tweet correctly describes the screenshot, but it's speculative. Okay.
From October 18th to November 1st, 6 of our games will feature special Ukraine-themed bundles with customization elements crafted by the artists at our studio in Ukraine. With these time-limited offers, you can not only help people who are in need, but also get valuable in-game content and show your support. All the funds raised from the bundle sales will go via United 24, Ukraine's...
To give you an idea of how bad it's been, we had to sort through over 1,000 reports on the subreddit this morning. Yeah, you can just pause it. The subreddit right now is of literally no value to me anyway. I have like no connection to it. I used to have a connection to my sub, but like now it feels like just some constant battleground, like posts random lefty shit. Or like people will post Twitter screenshots of some nobody and be like, this is why the left is bad. And then everyone in the comments replies are like, well, not all the left is bad. And then someone's like, yeah, I know, but this lefty's bad. And it's everyone just circle jerking. I don't know what the rules need to be to keep that from happening. I feel like the only like real rule is don't be a retard, but it's really difficult to moderate that, unfortunately. Can you rename a subreddit? No. If we made that a rule, we'd ban everyone. That's true. Is your Discord any better? Than the Reddit currently? Yeah, it has to be. Hold on. Let's do a slight change of pace. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to watch this, okay? This one might be a little bit rough for me and for everyone else, okay? So there's this guy called Foreign Man to Foreign Land, and he made some incoherent, rambling, anti-me video at some point. I don't even remember its content. The most recent video, this guy loves his evocative titles and thumbs. The NIG cell epidemic. That's an interesting title. And the most recent one with an Ahegao and a anime trans, I don't know if they're trans, just trans people like this art. Oh, sorry, Worship Black Power. Okay, so that's like a Q thing. Yeah, okay, let's just see. That Ahegao is pretty hot, not gonna lie. I think you're disgusting. I don't find Ahegao faces, like, Ahegao face is like the
that shit is not hot.
Fucking someone and they're like, my hips are moving on my own. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Stop looking at porn.
This comment change.
This is gonna be rough, by the way. If I get too tired of this editing style within 2 minutes and we stop, then
God
that's that.
damn.
I'm not forcing a segment out of this one.
My life.
Got some fucking horny boys in there.
And I needed my favorite pre-workout, but I was.
Yep. All right. Already. Okay. We'll go 1 minute in.
A word once reserved for my hair texture has been added to the laundry list of culturally co-opted things at the hand of the Hewletts. That word is kink. Now that that's out of the way, I got a confession to make. You may be taken aback by this, but please, Please don't go.
The fucked up thing, I don't want anyone to give me shit for this, okay?
He's
I've heard this guy
singing.
talk regularly in, I think it was a Not Just Bikes video. And you know what? When he's talking normally, I understand what he's saying. I can understand every word coming out of his mouth. When he's talking, whatever fucking enunciation he's doing in this, I cannot understand what he's saying. When he's talking normally, I understand. This, I don't understand what he's doing. Gooning and BNWO. Hold on, I'm skipping all the way to the end of the video. I can't tolerate much of this. Gooning.
Gooning, derived from the mental state in mass where a person becomes mentally blank and is overcome with pleasure, leading to a trance-like state and more susceptible.
Oh God! Oh, just killing me. Mentally black.
Gooning, derived from the mental state in mass where a person becomes mentally blank and is overcome with.
I think he said blank. Okay.
Pleasure, leading to a trance-like state and more susceptible to exposure to other forms of kinks.
Gayness? Oh, I think it is a gay video, trans
Gooning
video.
is a kink where you fetishize being a porn addict.
Okay,
It's
never
not-
mind.
That's not
Thought
what that
it was
means.
a racist video.
Masturbating until you feel good is just masturbating. That's the point. Yeah, is he mixing up gooning and hypno?
According to their dedicated and regularly updated subreddit, this is designed as a gateway to kink for those who believe that their sexual prospects are impossible.
Sissy is really purely a sexual thing.
Oh, we're talking about sissy. What?
That's been my experience. Because it is a term for someone being feminine, but also being like pathetic and powerless. And so I guess it's kind of beyond me why someone would claim that unless it was for like a humiliation kink. The thing I'm reaching for is that it might also be liberating for them in a way.
Oh, Vosh, you should see how he deceptively edits other creators. It's really vile, actually. Is that true? Like, people will talk to him and then he'll, like, cut up what they say in a way that sort of skews their opinions?
When it is not in this like super problematic context, to step out of the gender that's expected of you.
Oh, yeah, dude. There are a lot of cuts.
Right? Like to get a break from that almost. And I think that's what people maybe look for in like submission in general. It's just like a break from their normal selves. They want to be feminine because part of them wants to be powerless and they just don't see femininity as powerful.
Now I'd be remiss to even utter the word gooning without referring to the giggly goon clown who
I'm so glad we skipped like 2/3 of the way into this video. It's so much better this way. Okay, gooning and sissy are two different things. These are two different kinks. In fact, I don't even know how much of an overlap there is necessarily because they're going in different directions. Gooning to me is like, I imagine, is a very like cis heteronormative. Like whenever I see people talking about being gooning or whatever, they're looking at the most like normie ass fucking porn or whatever. Like it's not, I don't know.
That Ohio Gyat Riz.
most applicable in this case, the Black New World Order.
Ohio Gyat.
Hub
I don't know.
posted a hub for fetishes. Most applicable in this case, the Black New World Order.
The Black New World Order. It's been a long time coming. Trying to prepare for war.
There is a pretty big overlap between the sissy porn and the Black New World Order shit. That is true.
No, this is not a bad fetish. Where folks who subscribe to this kink deify blackness, specifically black men, by denigrating white people. Typically self-declared
British?
despite mandem who
Do we need to be watching this? Listen, okay, I need a break from all the Palestine bullshit, okay? I need a break from all the fucking genocide, alright?
acknowledge this myth that black men are pinnacles of masculinity, and by masculinity I really mean a travesty of manhood insofar as simply being puissant, always open for business and built like the Secretariat. And in this acknowledgement,
But this is just like standard interracial black fetishization. This is like a very common kink, unfortunately. It is true that there's a big overlap between like the sissy porn and this, and I will say that these people are the worst on porn sites and on Grindr. This is the reason why like 90% of porn that's labeled interracial, it's not interracial porn, it's race fetishization porn. Like, because no one says like what's like interracial porn, it's just like a black chick and a white guy. It's like, okay, but then it's like, here's a black guy and a white girl, and then the girl's like screaming the N-word while getting railed by the super hung black guy or whatever, and it's all like race baity shit, you know? And only white people like this. I have never met a black person who was into porn that fetishized the masculinity of black men. It's always racist white guys, because racist white guys are trying to sexualize their pathological obsession with the perceived sexual superiority of black men, and that insecurity is what motivates a lot of their conservative tendencies.
coming to the realization that they ought not even insult the masculine race by claiming to be a part of it as a white man, and just transition into a woman so that the human race is devoid of cis white fandom.
It's this discussion of eradicating the white race by denying white men denying
No, this is the thing. This is like a very specific subset of the black fetishy pornography thing, where it's like I shouldn't say I because that'll get clipped. A white guy fetishes transitioning into a woman or being sissified so that they can give birth to black children to further the eradication of the white race. I hope it would be very clear just for me describing this, but the only people who are into this kink are neo-Nazis. All the people who are into this are Hitler. Like, forced fetishization into interracial cuckoldry is like 4chan the kink, okay? This is what these guys are up to when they're not posting the N-word online.
White man.
Fuentes fetish? No, Fuentes is gay.
The privilege of coitus only be breeding
True,
is an awful
true.
word with awful connotations reserved normally for animals.
Oh, I got
only
carbon in
being
here.
Black bread.
Not talking pumpernickel.
We're not talking pumpernickel.
These are trans
What?
women.
It's like normally.
Whoa. Hold on. Sissies and trans women are two very different communities, okay? Go on Grindr and you'll see this.
Anime profile pic on Twitter.
Oh dear, that could be us. You know the Galaxy Brain meme? This is what I'm picturing. Level 1 take. White genocide is not gonna happen. It's not real. Level 2 take. White genocide is
Note he dropped the accent here. Yeah, it's actually possible to understand what he's saying now.
real. Level 3 take, just absolutely exploding out of my head. White genocide is real and it's good and I'm horny for it. I want to know how you're hanging out in these spaces that take the idea of white genocide or great replacement remotely seriously, but then also managing to like be into it.
He mixes femboy, sissy, and trans the whole video. The mixing of those groups is unironically pretty transphobic. I don't really blame people for mixing femboys and trans because these days a lot of femboys are taking HRT, and honestly, you people blur the line. But the sissy community is so, I'll be honest, I hate them. I hate the porn you guys make. I hate your stupid art. I hate your Grindr profiles. You know, you can tell the difference between a trans woman and a sissy on Grindr because the trans women know how to dress and sissies don't. That's the core difference there. Trans women understand fashion, and sissies will just find the laciest red bra and panties they can find. It doesn't matter if it fits, or if it matches, or if it suits their skin, or like literally anything. They'll just slap that shit on. Congratulations, there you are. What's the difference between femboy and sissy? A femboy is just a feminine boy. Very simple. A sissy is a person who specifically fetishizes being humiliated and being treated like a woman despite being a guy. A femboy is a boy who is feminine. That's like an aesthetic, you know? That's like a presentational thing. With the sissy, it's a kink. Sissies don't like go around their day-to-day dressed up like women. That's a kink for them. It's a bedroom thing. And trans women have bad taste in music. And that's how you separate them.
And like weakening themselves by becoming more feminine, but also like by submitting to black men is such a weird situation that again like clearly reveals.
I am straight up not having a good time in this segment. Imagine like the trans women, sissies, and femboys are all like equally uncomfortable and shuffling in their chairs for slightly different reasons.
A lot about how they think about the world. Could a part of it be like an unprocessed white guilt? I wonder if this thing is maybe a way to like unclaim whiteness and all.
Now,
like
in my experience, overwhelmingly the kinds of people who fetishize the whole black domination superiority shit are just racists. A good way of proving this would be, and I'm serious about this because I've looked at a lot of drawn pornography because my friends when I was in high school all drew a bunch, and that's what people who are on Tumblr and know how to draw do, at least back before they banned porn on Tumblr. And 99% of the drawn pornography, where the central focus of the king is the masculine domination of a black man, they are extremely racist to the black men. The black men are presented as like enormous hulking gorillas. They're often drawn as a racial caricature, like minstrel shows. They often speak in like extremely over-exaggerated African American localized AAV. Thank you. I was forgetting the acronym. Thank you. AAV. They speak in exaggerated AAV. They'll have like gold chains and backwards caps. Yeah, it's in doujins too. Literally. Like if you look up like fucking Japanese hentai fans are pathetic. Half of their doujins are NTR, are cuckold. And if you look at like their cuckold pornography doujins, the ones, if you see any NTR doujin that has the word foreigner in it, they mean black American male. Every time. Every single time. It's always like you know, my girlfriend meets a foreign exchange student or some shit like that, and it's some hulking 7-foot-tall black guy, usually with like a face that is conjured straight from the imagination of a 19th century circus showman. You know, like like I just want to be clear on this, okay? Overwhelmingly, the community of people who do this racial fetishization stuff are racist. Like they are racist. I want to be very clear on this. I'm sure there are some like lefty white trans women for whom this is some kind of projected white guilt thing, but I think this is like an infinitesimally small proportion of the demographic, really. What is NTR? Cuckold pornography. NTR means cuckold, basically. Netorare, cuckold. What is a doujin? A doujin, like hentai porn comic. Doujin is hentai porn comic. NTR is netorare or cuckold.
Historical horrors that have come along with that.
Ooh, you cooking. Ooh, that's dark. So white genocide, almost like in the palingenic, like, rebirth. This is just so bred to palingenic rebirth of whiteness in this like almost inverted Nazism, where like let's enjoy killing off ourselves because what we did was so wrong. There's no way about.
Why? I actually think it's really weird that we're pretending that this kink is being represented by like white guilt trans women. That is so not what the.
About it, so let's just surrender to black folks.
And of course, it doesn't come from like a genuine anti-racism, right? It's not actually about.
Wow, notice how the misinterpretation of this whole situation allows him to essentially say, "Wow, lefty whites aren't doing good to us non-white lefties, huh?" Like, this is the same theme as the last video we watched. The last video was when you're racist but queer, or rainbow emoji, or when you're racist but a woman, or whatever. It seems like the theme he wants to keep going back to is you whites say you're good for us, but you're actually not. Dude, you can't pretend that the fucking interracial porn phenomena is being done by white trans women.
Any of this stuff is bad, or like we should do anything about it for real. The same way that forced feminization could be like a way of escaping the power of masculinity and like the possible like psychic guilt that comes with that. I wonder if this like white genocide kink could be like escaping the uncomfortable truth of like what whiteness is.
I told you.
No, fully no. Like, fully no. I just don't buy that. I hate armchair psychologizing kink. But framed as an inferential essay format. Yeah, it's... Does foreign men want to kill gay people? Yeah, probably. What is BNWO? Black New World Order. Don't worry about it. No hate to the guest, though. She could have been edited. Yeah, with the amount of editing going on, I wouldn't trust, like, I wouldn't deride anyone speaking here because we don't know the context of the conversation. This is all, like, cut together really weirdly.
This was gonna get dark. No pun intended. The Giggly Going
Oh,
Clown is
God.
as sad as it is projectile vomit inducing.
Okay.
And it serves as an avatar for what is the racial forced feminization fetish. Where an alternative take on this would be that these cis white mandem are so self-loathing of their
Who the
station,
white mandem?
being one of privilege and unreachable patriarchal masculinity, that they feel the weight of whiteness. Let's get charitable for a second. Let's get nuanced. The burden.
I'm sorry. This reading is definitely off.
Charitable and nuanced at the same
weird,
time.
Racist interracial fetishization
fucking
and
way.
like sissy. This is not like they feel the overwhelming burden of masculinity. It's and like whiteness. It's the opposite. They fear black men. They fear the perceived sexual superiority of black men. And for that reason, they develop this like internal sexual psychosis, this complex about like the idea of being sort of like societally cucked. Why do you think far-right people are so obsessed with saying shit like the West is committing suicide by letting non-white people in? There's always this narrative of white people in decline as a product of the animalistic nature of non-white people. And animalistic like sexual prowess and masculinity are pretty heavily intertwined socially, so you get like this really weird like narrative about black people being brought in by the Jews and then they fuck all the white women or whatever, and they fetishize that, and that's how they get the kink.
They feel the burden of their ancestors, and they
burden.
desperately want to start over again.
White people don't have ancestors.
In some palingenic rebirth of whiteness, if rebirth at all. This community literally fetishized.
Literally just fascism. Yeah, no, this is like the origin point of fascism. Fascism is sexual insecurity projected onto politics.
Their demise, giving the guise of a progressive politique, but truly being just as if not more racist than their overt counterparts, the conservatives. Not to say that these are mutually exclusive. A lot of the people that actually consume a lot of this content are conservatives on the low.
No, it's like no. This is like very openly, like seriously. You can literally just go on like eHentai or whatever, and you can look up like interracial, and it will be just a non-stop like Hitler fest in your feed. Like go on Pornhub and look up interracial, and it will all be like wayfish.
Oh, I forgot to sell the
women
mods to
getting
that
railed by
dipshit.
giant black dudes saying some racist ass shit. Like it's overwhelmingly.
Folks in progressive communities may be misguided in consuming this content, which is inherently putting blackness down by holding it too high.
A lot of these people are genuinely
what's up?
racist. There are probably some people.
Speaking of people with problematic opinions on interracial relations,
Who kind of get off on it and maybe do have left-leaning politics or whatever, but like I'm gonna be real. Even those people are probably racist, right? The very context of
Again, I do
Oh,
hate her, but we
God.
also can't take anything she says here for granted with regards to its relevance to the overall narrative because of the editing.
bull, right? Which is the term that you would use to describe a man who is entering into a relationship in order to pleasure the wife, right? That is the bull, right? Same term that we used for black men when we were breeding slaves, right? Same exact term. And a lot of this does map very neatly onto that, right? And my experience with people who project race play onto me non-consensually, if I tell them that I don't want it, that is often when they get racist.
By rendering me omnipotent, you strip me.
That was just like flashing back to my memory of her on Twitter talking about the hold that white men with beards have over her.
Of my humanity. By making me God, you deny me human. The biggest irony of this situation is the political affiliation of the participants. Logic would have you assume that it's the BLM marching, all cops bastards chanting, self-serving neoliberals that engage the most with this kink. But their community is
Oh
full
God,
of centrists
please
and
don't
right-wing
freeze.
conservatives.
Please
Oh,
don't.
then why are we...
I'm just trying to sell my shit and end my night. Please.
Then why are we doing the bit with trans women and sissies and stuff, and with left-leaning people who aren't sincere allies?
This fucking game, man.
We all know that they're kinky lips, but there are at least some subtlety. When hearing about the subject of this video, a black male colleague reached out to impart some of his knowledge.
So how'd you get involved with the kink community?
I had no idea that.
What?
Kink existed before I received very graphic emails about what the senator wanted me to do to them.
Tell me how the dynamic works.
Well, it's wild. First you receive a DM or two, maybe a passing comment on a pig. But the problems don't start unless you engage with them. In that case, shit, be down to clown or be prepared.
Thank God.
Is that okay, so I did a bit of SW in college. You know, gotta pay that tuition somehow. And it actually started with one of these messages.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm being trolled right now. I don't understand.
I hop on, read the message, some nonsense.
This feels I mean, yeah, obvious. I don't fucking...
About what he wants to do to me in generosity. Now, man's been eating nothing but apples and ramen for 6 months. That generosity piqued my interest, so I responded, and at first it was flattering. I felt powerful, sexy, coveted, but then the language starts to slip. It began with a little self-degradation like, I'll never be as strong, sexy as you know. Then the reasons why he felt he couldn't meet the standards he set for himself. It wasn't just like a submissive kink, it was praise of my form.
Okay, okay, listen, let's be real here, okay, for a second. Listen, as a member of the queer community, let me say this, like, holy shit. If you are a guy and you fuck other men, and you're black, you are guaranteed to meet some white guy who wants to fetishize you for being black, okay? Let's be real here. It's not that big of a deal because it happens that often, all right? It happens all the time. Like, you learn that it happens, you deal with it, you know, like, what is this, like, anonymous fucking, like, what's happening here, you know? Holy shit. Yeah, you go on Grindr and there are people literally, like, BBC posting or whatever. You know, it's not, you really picked the weirdest topic for all these guests to walk in on. You know, pornography and sexual psychosis are about the most political things there are, honestly. So I feel like it's important to keep this stuff in mind. I don't understand what this has to do with, like, trans women or sissy or whatever. Should I have watched more? Should I have watched less? I don't know.
The same on the got stopped and frisked the week before. The same body that gets asked, are you on the football team? By every doe-eyed darling who wants to ride on the wild side.
What did you do?
Okay, this is like written. I don't understand. I can't do this anymore. The problems with forced feminization. Just tell me, what is the problem with it? I can tell you the problem with it, okay? It's that sissies are the worst people on Grindr.
It's kind of flipped on its head.
As aforementioned, it's easy to wag fingers in the face of this fetish due to the tangible dangers that we're about to embark on. But let's take a charitable perspective for a second. This fetish can engender an environment where folks who fear or are not familiar with their gender expression could roam.
I'm bored.
Been more clearly defined, supported, then maybe she would have been able to find herself as easy as it was for me to naive, foreign, mistaken, a queer-affirming thread on 4chan to be a trap thread instead. This was predatory grooming, much like Matt Walsh and them claim trans folk to be doing, but instead it was apparently a cis dude grooming these users.
What? Okay, I'll watch this section, but then we're done.
And masculine. Combine race with the known danger of masculinity, and you have a recipe for disaster.
Take my tears don't copyright me. I don't know if this is even licensed music.
On April 4th, 2018, an anonymous post was made on the taint of the internet 4chan.
Anonymous.
An individual making a call to action to feminize the incels of 4chan, even if it means by force.
No.
And ain't on with the alias Rico. I assume that's how it's pronounced, Rico. So not anonymous, I guess, because I mean you got a whole name.
Finish
right?
our refining.
Rico preyed upon a particular subthread. I don't know what they call it on a hellscape. A subthread named R9K, where majorly cis men that have withdrawn from society congregate to vent about their dissatisfaction.
Can we just ever say anything quickly?
With their disenfranchisement. Rather than being a men's self-help forum like the great folks there over in r/men's lib, R9K has fermented into a breeding ground that can be linked to some of the most egregious incelic.
This guy talks like a fucking ad.
Decade.
Yes.
Such as the South
50
Folk
minutes.
Community
He's
College.
really stretching this video.
It is apparent that the folks coming here ought to be helped. But instead,
shut up, bitch!
They've been herded for nefarious activity.
Bosch asks us to make their statement quickly. Come on, I don't chew the scenery.
Put my dick in your
butt.
And one of which was this. As is commonplace with online forums.
Why haven't you become a cute girl yet, Anon? It's so easy to do.
Some folks post things that don't quite fit the theme. Whether it's
so easy
me and
peasy.
FD link dumping
Come
in
and
our
clean
bread
you.
tube, or flooding this hub for lonely
17,000
men.
nanites. I forgot what I want to do with them all. I can now buy a bunch of upgrades. All the upgrades that I want, I can't fit anymore for the Starship, but I can get them for the... I don't really need that much for the multi-tool, but I can now look... When I come across, I can buy them.
Mistaken, a queer-affirming thread
Yeah, the Glizz gun. I can definitely get a better multi-tool. B-class. Frigate fuel. How do I make
Their
frigate
kink
fuel?
Discord. What do you mean? It's...
Dehydrogen and tritium?
They have a force fem fetish, or might be trans in the closet. What?
Gonna have to get dehydrogen. I'm gonna have to farm dehydrogen.
Was any of this even real in the end? This video is fake. You mean people on 4chan trying to convince themselves and other people to become girls? Yeah, they're all failed men, obviously. The failed men thing is a joke with trans women, unless it's not. And in this case, it's not. A lot of the people on 4chan are miserable, wretched guys whose lives would be better if they were more emotionally open, and the pathway to that, for them, is being a woman. And a lot of it's also a fetish thing, and it's also very weird. It's all very strange. It's 4chan. What do you want? Yeah. What is that grooming? I guess, maybe.
Like Matt Walsh and them claim trans folk to be doing, but instead it was apparently a cis dude grooming these users by seeking out lonely victims to feminize them. It would later come out that this was a concerted effort to feminize folks.
Phosphorus and ferret dust. I can make uranium.
So far as to blackmail these folks into transitioning. Whether folks truly transition is up for speculation, but
It says right there, these were used to dox and blackmail the victims of
phosphorus and ferret dust.
Right there at the bottom. Wait, what's the scary music? So people on 4chan say hey, you want to be a girl? Join my Discord to be a girl, and then they post girl pics of them becoming girl. What's okay? This is actually all. This is Keffel's Catboy Ranch or whatever the fuck. This is what?
What is obvious is that this is a repugnant case study of forced feminization.
Is it? What?
As a means of predatory fetishization. If you're able to look past the invidious act of preying upon presumably men that are in dire need of help and community, then the apparent...
Wait, is the implication here that it's morally wrong and grooming to talk about force femming in the presence of depressed guys? Who else would be doing the force femming? That's their shit. This is weirdly transphobic? Yeah, like look like it's the scary music, but like look, so why haven't you taken the pink pill yet, Anon? It's extremely cheap and easy to get. Girls don't have to be lonely. That's it? Like this is like a very standard 4chan post. This is just the groomer rhetoric. This is the exact same shit. This is like that one weirdo who was like the sissy hypno porn is deeply corrupting and it's corrupting our youth or something. This is very strange. I mean, is it weird? Yeah, but it's 4chan. Everything here is weird. If something bad happened or if somebody did something bad specifically, then that's bad. But this is all just okay.
Men that are in dire need of help.
So why haven't you become a QT girl yet, Anon? Okay.
And community. Then the apparent misogyny that this is drenched in by deeming...
Just one Discord post? The world is poised to turn all beta males into those who will die as virgins or become... I assume that's the T-slur, and get laid. We will accelerate this future by converting all robots on R9K into MTF girls. Our job is to accelerate human evolution. In the future, 60% of all born men will be converted into trans girls with HRT. Are we being real right now? This is literally just someone smut posting. They're literally just jerking off while posting this. This is just kink. This is like, this, honestly, it's not my kink, but this is like not even close to the weirdest that it gets. Like this is, by the standards of
why does
4chan
my glizzy
Discord
hyperdrive keep
posting,
disappearing?
This is probably
What the
like leaning
fuck?
towards normal, you know?
Come on, bro.
Women and femmes to purely be sexual
Man,
experiences.
fine, go ahead, stay away. I summoned a fucking. I made a whole
traps
extra
will have
pad
a
for
big set of
fucking
nice
nothing.
tits.
What a
They're
dumb
just
bitch,
kink
man.
Posting. What?
Fuck.
As well as the humiliation kink suggesting that this is an embarrassment to be a woman.
I think I want to go live in the forest for 200 years.
Okay, I'm really sorry, but yeah, like 90% of trans girls want to be domed and humiliated for being a chick. You can look. I have waged a long-standing war against bottoms, and they are my enemy. But let's dial it back a little bit here, okay? We're at this point we're just hating trans girls for being bottoms, which is fine, but you know.
Going on hormones and all this is such a big thing that changes so much. I have so many questions, like, you know, how...
That guy Ryko did more fucked up things. Turkey Tom. First of all, I don't trust Turkey Tom for shit. Second of all, I don't know anything about the Ryko person. I'm only looking at what's presented in this video. I'm not talking about like the broader thing. It's just weird to have like him be repeating like groomer fear-mongering rhetoric and have scary music playing over a 4chan post saying, "Why haven't you become a cute girl yet, Anon?" You know, like what? Like okay, like like. That the evidence presented doesn't seem to match the tone.
Are they even getting them if they're not trans?
It is inherently fantasy for most of these people, right? So a lot of these people are not actually in any meaningful way transitioning, right?
Forced femme is an outlet for trans women to be feminine while absolving themselves of the guilt and shame associated with wanting to be a woman. Julia Serrano talks about it in Whipping Girl, good book on trans femme shit, by the way, go read it. Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. Like, kink is complicated, I guess, or whatever. I just don't think it's that serious for people online to be like, why haven't you become a girl yet, Anon? This is like 196 tier posting.
Right? What they might do is, like I said, take photos from other people. Like, I've definitely seen, just because I've been online for too long, people take photos of people who I know and like pretend that they are that person going through transition, right? Like, the forced feminization community does do a lot of like stealing photos of actual transgender women, as a way of expressing their fetish. So what you may see and think, oh, these people are actually transitioning, it's not that. And in fact, for a lot of these...
What? Like, they'll post pictures of attractive trans women and be like, this is me? Doesn't everyone do that? Like, straight people, women, men, like, hey, it's me, posts attractive picture of person that isn't them. I don't think that's too uncommon. Just catfishing. Can we not use the phrase forced feminization? That's the name for the kink. I mean, that's the name for the kink, it's not literally, it's kink.
These men, the fact that it isn't real is kind of like why it excites them, right? How this materializes, how this impacts a transgender woman is that, generally speaking, if you're a trans woman posting photos of yourself on the internet, and especially if you're a transgender woman who has documented your transition in any way, if you have shown yourself change or whatever, the content that you post will ultimately be taken and stolen by forced feminization blogs. So what you'll see a lot...
Wait. Was this taken and stolen by forced feminization blogs? I'm pretty sure the original art was about feminization. Is what's wrong with... I mean, everyone... Like, I don't even know what the original image is with all the edits or whatever, but the original art is very clearly like a bookish guy dressing and acting more... Like, what... Is this not feminization art? I don't think this was appropriated. I think it's being used by the community that it's from. I don't know.
Is you'll see actual transgender women being reposted on forced feminization blogs as, a way of feeding into the fetish, right? You started here, now you're here. These are things that are projected onto you. Your images are stolen to make inferences that are not true. I actually, years ago, had a transition timeline because I was like, this is when my channel only had like 5,000 subscribers and like, I just wanted more views, frankly. And then somebody downloaded it and reposted it on a fetish forced feminization page. And it was so uncomfortable because you have somebody now taking your story, taking your experience, and fetishizing it. But wait!
That's weird, true, but I think people do that with everything. Like, people will take random photos of people and, invoke them for pornographic purposes. I'm not saying it's good, it's just, like, it's very weird. It's just like leaning into this from like the super fearmongery, like this is grooming because these people said on 4chan that they want to be a girl. Do you want to be a girl, Anon? Like, I don't know. It's very odd. It's a very strange video.
There's more. You also have the transphobia by infantilizing transness, exotifying transness, and most of all, deeming it to be an inherent sexual experience, thus...
Yeah, trans woman, you need to stop doing that.
Denying trans folk autonomy and wholeness by limiting their spectrum of self to just sex.
Yeah, trans woman, you need to... Yeah, sorry, this is an in-community issue. This is not being done... This is not being entirely done by outside the house, okay?
One of the central parts of it is humiliation, is that this is some sort of humiliating thing, that they are going to be now in some sort of lesser role, that they're going to be taken down to the level of a woman, to a place where they deserve. Every single video that's just like, the primary focus of the video is you are supposed to focus on just the Tyrone aspects of this person and worship.
The Tyrone.
Always guide to being a Black New World Order ally, and it's 2B from Nier Automata, who is an android. Go porn free. If you are a young... Wait, no. Go pussy free. Sorry, go pussy free. If you are a young white male, it is your duty to ensure your racist white bloodline ends with you. Make sure no more white babies are born is essential. Support feminism and female empowerment. Unfortunately, many white boys are still managing to pass on their genes by using their privilege to hold women captive financially, force women to breed with them for purely monetary purposes. I have no idea how you could read this and not know that it was written by conservatives. Advocate for open borders and African immigration. This is literally just a fetishization of conservatives' projection of left-leaning politics. This is the fetishization of... Okay.
It as God, basically.
Burning my own
Since
house?
You, as a white man, are so tiny and submissive, and look at your tiny... and haha, look at your small arms. And it's just like, you are pathetic and weak, and that you are never going to be able to compete with black men because they are the strongest, most powerful thing. So you may as well just go ahead and start.
He's nodding. He's like, we are. That's true. We are the strongest and most powerful things.
Start feminizing yourself now and start taking, estrogen because you're such a weak boy. And, you gotta...
Was this video made by Measurehead from Disco Elysium? One thing that's critical to understand about Measurehead from Disco Elysium is that Measurehead absolutely does jerk off to white Revacholians getting railed. Or sorry, no, black Revacholians getting railed by like white am sandwich race individuals. Like, he goes back home and he looks at like drawings of 7-foot-tall am sandwich race drinking Al Ghul while like fucking railing into the pavement, black Revacholians. He's no fap? No, he says he's no fap, okay? But he's not. Most of the people who say they're no fap aren't. Are we done now? This whole thing is a shitpost.
You gotta become a sissy for black men.
Okay, yep, we're done now. Okay, my final diagnosis. This video was translated. And, perfect. I've never said anything problematic in this video. Okay, gotcha, nice. Oh, that shit is weird. Okay, back to real politics. Or sorry, less real politics. Back to other politics. Now for something less political than sissy porn. Biden going to Israel.
Why can't I put the... There it is.
Because Hamas is a different kind of enemy.
Fucking hate this guy.
While Israel seeks to minimize civilian casualties, Hamas seeks to maximize civilian casualties. Justice.
How can I...
I really like that at the exact same time that Netanyahu and the Israeli government were trying to explain how they didn't bomb the hospital and they would never do civilian casualties or whatever. Netanyahu posted this from the Israeli PM account. The most Hitler of all posts that day, no doubt. This is a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and the law of the jungle. Literally, like, we are humans, our enemies are animals. We are inherently good, our enemies are inherently evil. This is just like Hitler shit. It's like flat. Oh my god, dude. This got like 40,000 quote tweets, and they had to delete it. The ratio on this was biblical. This was like one of the plagues. Oh, this screenshot has it. This was before it was deleted. 9.1 million views, 338 likes, nearly 10,000 quote tweets. This was, everyone correctly identified this as a section from Mein Kampf. This was immediately determined to be Mein Kampfy, you know? People responded in kind. So anyway, just very Hitler. How can you have so little self-awareness? Well, fascists are often very bad at understanding how they come off to other people. Like, this man is sick in the head. He's a diseased man. He's rotten. He's an infection on Israel, you know? Like, Israel, just judging by the general, like, polling in Israel, the average Israeli definitely has a decent number of Hitler particles in them. This guy's all Hitler particles, you know? His ability to, like... Remember that quote we were looking at? Where it was like, this guy was irritating Bill Clinton. Like, even 30 years ago, this guy was being an annoying blowhard to Bill Clinton. Like, this guy clearly doesn't have a good understanding of how he comes off to other people. He's been irritating U.S. presidents for 30 years.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu with President Joe Biden today in Israel. The president made the trip to Tel Aviv
Nice.
to pledge U.S. support in person. The president also
Nice.
on a hospital explosion in Gaza, saying Israel.
Yeah, unfortunately, Biden was supposed to meet with the Palestinian Authority, but that got canceled. Oh, too quiet? I'll turn it up. That got canceled because of the hospital strike.
Was not responsible, but Palestinians are blaming Israel right now. The finger pointing further dividing the two sides, and Madeline Rivera has more.
One day after a rocket strike at a crowded hospital in Gaza, President Biden says Israel is not responsible.
As long as the United States stands, and we will stand forever, we'll not let you ever be alone.
President Biden is pledging America's full support as Israeli forces gear up for the next phase of this war.
What I'm really looking for right now is I really want a, I want an independent investigation on the death toll in that hospital. Who, Biden now? Nah, remember, we know for a fact that the people at the hospital were lying. This throws everything said by the Gaza Authority into disarray. We know they were lying about that death count. So, like, I want an investigation into that lie. Like, I want that lie investigated, because it's really fucked up that they would lie about the death count. Because if you lie about the death count and you get called out in it, like it's found out that you've lied, no one will ever believe. Guys, people are gonna, like, now every single fucking Israeli strike, it's gonna be like, whoa, did it kill anyone? Or actually, did a static electricity from walking on a carpet happen to ignite a partially destroyed gas tank nearby? Like, and it's like, can we get independent investigation of the death count? And then the official death count for, like, the invasion of northern Gaza is going to be 4, because nobody says otherwise. Like, fuck, it's so fucked up to lie about the death count like that. I understand having an initial high estimate and then lowering it when you, like, have time to fully pick apart the bodies, but that was not 500, that wasn't even 50. Really dumb. The ICC is doing an investigation, good. If it turns out, like, whoever is responsible, oh, I'm really fucking mad, dude. Whoever's responsible for that misinformation, whether it was the hospital staff themselves or whether it was Hamas telling them to lie, it could be either, you know.
Eating your
because,
dead
again, it's
mom.
Hamas, you know, they're not good. I want them held to account, okay? We can strap them to a post and put them in the way of the next Israeli missile strike.
Yeah, he's eating his dead
fuck
brothers.
that guy. So IDF is likely still responsible, but the death toll was exaggerated? Well, I think it leans more towards it being a misfire now. Honestly, the evidence is really confusing in both directions, but the lying about the death toll thing really seems like, really skews the info, for one. And for two, it doesn't make sense that Israel would launch like a rocket or a bomb or whatever that would leave that little of a crater, you know? But Israel did lie about stuff, provably. So it seems like there's a lot of lies, and not all of them even make sense. You know, it's like dealing with Russia, man. It's like dealing with Russia. Bosch dog, cut that maybe. Cut what? Who do you think is most likely to become Speaker of the House? Netanyahu. Given the United States government's uncritical support for Israel, okay? They're going to suggest Netanyahu, and everyone's going to be like, ah, fuck, guess we have to do it, or they're going to call us anti-Semitic, and Netanyahu is going to become the fucking House Speaker, and we're only going to get the government funding bill passed contingent of us lending nukes to fucking nuke Gaza with. And they're going to be like, I guess so, guess we support democracy in the Middle East,
President, the road to victory will be long and hard.
The president meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his war cabinet on Wednesday to learn more about their plan.
The misinfo is crazy, especially on Twitter. It's literally insane. Right-wingers saying genocidal shit plus low context photos. Yeah, Twitter is basically like useless for getting info right now. I've said it before, but it's never been this bad. Twitter is like completely, and it's so bad right now that it's happening everywhere. Keep in mind, Reuters said that Israel striked the hospital, until eventually they changed it to like, oh, who knows, you know? Like, it's so bad everywhere. Keep in mind, we're dealing with like maximal fog of war right now because the internet is down in Gaza. They have no electricity, they have no internet, and the IDF lies all the time. So like it's really difficult. At least with Russia and Ukraine, like a lot of the stuff that like Ukraine is a poor country, but Ukrainians have smartphones. Ukrainian civilians and Ukrainian soldiers, you know, that can pretty easily broadcast what they're seeing and what's happening. And Ukraine also has like straight up the Intel network capabilities and support of NATO behind them. Like one of the things that's allowed Ukraine to hold on under these circumstances is the fact that there are NATO like intel officers whispering in the ears of the Ukrainian military, being like, "Hey, this is you know, this Russian general has their shoelaces untied." You know, very very helpful. We have a much better ability.
Their shoelaces.
We don't have
Get
any
him.
Infrastructure down there in Gaza because
He's
most
taking a
Americans
shit.
don't fucking give
Shoot
a
him in
shit
the head.
if Palestinians die. So fucking whatever.
Go for an ass shot.
Yeah,
Shoot
I
him
saw,
right in
like,
his nipple.
Yeah, even news orgs like Reuters are basically saying, maybe this happened? Maybe this happened?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. You know, like that
You
literally,
gotta
like everyone's like,
I was
yeah.
thinking about the gabagool. I wasn't
Checking
paying
in with Reuters
attention.
to find
Hey,
out the
hey.
newest hard-hitting news. You check the latest article. We at Reuters are more or less certain that there is a place called Gaza. Things might be happening there.
Hey.
Israel might be responsible. Check in later for more.
I'm gonna get some more nanites. Fuck it. Right before I go to sleep. To the forbidden glizz.
To keep civilians out of harm's way.
Good.
We've asked them and will continue to ask them to move to safer areas.
The second half of Biden's trip, a stop.
1-to-1 for those totally real NATO comms that Russia posted. Oh yeah, remember those comms NATO posted where there are two guys speaking in English in thick Russian accents? Where they're like, "Hello, Sergey, I am here to deposit NATO nukes. We bring NATO nukes into West Ukraine with NATO soldiers. 100 million soldiers and NATO nukes. Yes." And the Russian government was like, "We have found evidence of..." What is that voice? That's what they sounded like. Literally, that's literally what they sounded like. Can I find that? Hold on. Russia, NATO, leaked audio recording. Could I get that? No, sorry. There's so much shit. Yeah, I can't find it. Sorry.
Up in Jordan was canceled after a rocket struck a hospital in Gaza on Tuesday. Israel said it was the work of the militant group Islamic Jihad, which is trying to blame Israeli forces. Biden saying it appears Israel did not launch that strike.
And based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you.
Other team. Did he forget the Islamic Jihad title? Like he wanted to say Hamas, but
there's a lot of people out there not sure.
The incident is prompting protests across the Middle East and renewing fears that other Iranian-backed militant groups could jump into the conflict, something Israeli forces say would not be a surprise.
They are concerned about their investment. They've invested millions and millions of dollars.
the last chance for like Hezbollah and other groups to get involved would be when the ground invasion of northern Gaza begins. We'll see if they do. U.S. vetoes Security Council resolution that would have called for humanitarian pauses to deliver life-saving aid to millions in Gaza. Cool. Abstain to Russia and Ukraine. It's not Ukraine, UK. What the fuck? Why would Russia abstain? Actually, Russia does have a weird relationship with Israel, so I guess that kind of tracks. Why would the UK abstain? That's weird. I would think the UK would be against if it... whatever. I don't know. Whatever. New, the Biden administration has privately been urging Israel to not launch a military campaign against Hezbollah as Washington works to keep the current war from spreading beyond Gaza. Two officials familiar with the matter tell. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Like that, I could have told you that. We are providing aid, aren't we? Let me see. We're sending $100 million in humanitarian aid to Gaza and the West Bank.
For some time this morning to agree to the delivery of life-saving humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza, based on the understanding that there will be inspections and that the aid should go to civilians, not to Hamas.
Yeah, Israel is approving aid to come through Egypt to Gaza on the condition that they check it. 100 million. Jesus. 100 million is nothing. Well, 100 million isn't nothing. Humanitarian aid is a lot cheaper than military aid, right? Like, if you go through the right sources, $10 can get you a lot of food and medicine, you know? But you need way more than $10 to buy a gun. Yeah. So 100 million isn't nothing, but it's nothing compared to what we're giving.
A permanent navigational
Here's Russia's
waypoint.
quote-unquote NATO radio
For real?
communications. Oh, yes, please. Yes.
Oh.
Here we go.
Can I name it?
Give the wrong coordinates.
That's very interesting. I didn't know that.
Have been showing us for several hours. Guys are dying. We can't
I
evacuate
put up
them.
multiple.
Just fuck up. We don't even shoot
Limited
back.
to
Tell me
one in the
coordinates.
local
Sounds like
area.
Tommy Wiseau.
Okay. Makes sense. I'll save it and go to sleep. I did not know that. I'm dumb.
7637248.
Oh, hi, doggy. Oh, hello, Mark.
It's not them.
Hey, what up,
Oh,
man?
well, hell no.
Yeah, join me.
Let's check. Ukrainians
Okay.
can't fucking do anything.
Have a good night.
They would have died long ago without us.
Hello, it is me, NATO. Stupid, pathetic, pig dog Ukrainian bastards would not have survived without our pig dog Western help, yes? Again, this was published by Russia. They were actually, like, proud of this. They put this forward.
Damn those bastards, I killed them.
I killed. Suka blit. I mean, fuck, bitch. Fuck. 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 Okay. Sorry.
Israel agreed the humanitarian assistance can begin to move from Egypt to Gaza. Let me be clear. If Hamas diverts or steals the assistance, they will have demonstrated once again that they have no concern for the welfare of the Palestinian.
Yeah.
Got the Power Ranger bot from Armored Core. Damn.
Hamza Yousaf's wife, Nadia El Nakla, reveals her family trapped in Gaza were, quote, hit by a drone. Oh, shit. 2-year-old cousin in Gaza had been hit by shrapnel from a drone explosive as she warned time was getting out to run. Time was running out to get humanitarian aid.
Oh, Wolong Fallen Dynasty. Fucking beat the shit out this guy. Oh, no, actually, I walked up to this dude on the ice and he was just floating there like this.
Been able to get home from hospital for 6
I don't know how he got like that.
But he also can't bring himself to leave because they're having to choose now between who to
Hogwarts
treat.
Legacy
They don't have
with the
any supplies
dope
left.
drip.
He's telling me there's death and devastation all around him. That was his
Got
first
this guy with his
response.
cock out. Wanted dead. It was a badass picture, but the game was fucking garbage. Dead Space remake. It was so fucking beautiful.
Hamas supporters
game.
engage in insurrection on Capitol Hill. Take over a House office building. Yep, that's true.
Yeah.
Insurrection is
There's
when you
SpongeBob
enter
the
the
Cosmic Shake. Oh, hold on. This Dead Space picture looks so fucking good. My God, I got this.
It's
It was
January
during the
6th
elevator
over here.
mission. I was like, damn,
Ever
he looks
since
cool,
January
kind of
6th,
leaning
conservatives
right
have been
there.
calling it an insurrection and the new January 6th. Anytime anyone does anything in
Got
the
Madam
Capitol building.
Tits.
Like, people died during January 6th. There were
SpongeBob.
bombs present there, weapons. They stormed the
And
building.
sacrificing.
They were
This
forced
is
to
for the
kill
first time.
a number of representatives.
This is the
Now it's like,
very
oh,
first
you
time I
yell
played
at someone
Cyberpunk
outside the
2077.
Capitol building, 10
And then I quit the game. Creation date 2022. I tried it December 14th. And the game was still fucking garbage. So I deleted it. Then I came back. And it's still whack. The combat's fun, but missions are still bugged. Can't finish them up. Got the butt tussy. The only thing good about Gotham Knights was Batgirl's ass. Dripping wet in the Gotham Knight rain. Oh yeah. Aloy. What a queen. What a queen. Damn, she's Alright. Gonna get that leap.